Night Madness, I guess you would say featuring Team Osiris, something like that.
No, open conversation, goddamn.
Yeah, open convo. That'll work. However you guys want to do it.
We live.
We live.
We love.
Now,
So what you say about Steph Curry,
Now, what I was trying to tell you is right in front of our eyes, right? I said you're seeing Steph Curry growing Jordan-like, LeBron James-like, and all the other great superstars like.
Nah.
I'm telling you, here's your first point. Hold on, here's your first point. He's the greatest shooter in the history of the game. That's my first point to let you know. Now, the greatest shooter in the history of the game got the Kobe Bryant killer instinct now.
Nah.
He has that all the way.
Nah.
He's there. And this is how I know he's there. He's going up against arguably one of the best definitely the best defensive team in the league that shut Giannis out. I seen the game. It was the grudge match, blow for blow. I seen it, right? And I'm telling you, you got 5 defensive players on there. They're rendering whatchamacallit null and void. What's his name? Draymond Green. Like my man.
Hold on. No, Draymond Green is automatically null and void. Go on that bullshit. That nigga's go 6 points, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists.
Bro, what you talking about? Draymond average 3 points a game, bro.
No, y'all. No, see, I thought I was on here with people who know basketball. I'm trying to tell you that the guy that's defending this nigga is bigger than him and jumping out the gym. Right? Draymond Green. Yeah, Draymond Green make the Golden State Warriors go. He's the real point guard there. Y'all didn't know that?
That's true.
Yeah.
He run point. He run point. He make the engine go. Yo, I love basketball. He make the engine go.
Yeah.
They put everybody in their right spot.
He's like Anthony Mason.
Yeah, right.
Nah. He ain't
but less skill. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. Draymond Green is an all
nigga. Anthony Mason to get you 20, bro.
Draymond plays better defense than Anthony Mason, and he got her rebound.
Hey, what is y'all trying to say right now?
Anthony Mason, come on, bro.
I don't know about that. They had Oakley, they had Ewing, they had a bunch of.
No, wait a minute, yo. Wait, let me finish my point. I'm gonna let y'all talk. I'm saying if you take their point guard out, you supposed to be able to beat Golden State. But the reason they not is because Steph stepped all the way up. Your man ain't there no more. Him, Clay. Don't got no legs, y'all. He's shooting a straight jumper. Yo, that's not that nigga jumper. That nigga legs is gone right now, yo. He has no legs.
But you know, Steph plays excellent off ball. Yeah. And that's what Kansas defense is lacking every time.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make my point for what I'm making. I'm gonna let everybody dive in. I'm telling you, that's why this man is now in what I would call that red territory, where you get that nigga the ball and get the fuck out the way.
Nah.
He's there. Okay, so I tell you what. Okay, we're gonna say not yet.
Yeah, let me respond to that.
We're gonna wait. Yeah, respond to that. But after the series over,
I'll go out the window.
No parachute.
No, I'm Boss gave me the parachute. He said not yet, and I'm agree with you. We're gonna see if he win this motherfucking series and win MVP. Then I'm telling you the niggas there because that's exactly what it's gonna take for them to beat.
Let me his first MVP on.
Right. He got like 4 rings and one of
this is second MVP. He got robbed.
Nah, the NBA Finals.
That nigga got robbed his first MVP, yo.
Hey, Chef, I can.
Chef, $10 deserve that shit.
Chef,
after that nigga scored motherfucking 26 points.
Chef, we only go with the experts. What the experts say?
Now hold on.
Let me just bullshit.
What the experts say, Chef?
He got robbed, yo.
The experts. Hold on. Hey, now. I think you're too premature with that argument you made. Now, if Steph finished out the series, right? 35 a game, and he's finishing, and then I wouldn't mind said something like that.
I said not yet. I agree with you. Remember, I said let's see how he finishes. I agree. You pulled me back. I was diving out the one you got me. You caught me.
Yeah. Okay, well,
we back. Diving quick.
Hey, Chef, which finals do you think he was robbed? Which one?
The Andre Iguodala one. The first one.
Okay.
That's not true. Without him, he wouldn't have won.
He said that's not true.
What, Andre came in. Andre came in and averaged like 16, 8, and 8. Like he went from off the bench to starting. Like that was a pivotal switch putting Andre in. Like they was getting cream. until they made that Steve Kerr made that move, put Iguodala in and shit.
Yo, do you know how much what's the name averaged on him?
Yeah, but you got to look at his field goal percentage when Iguodala wasn't starting, and look at LeBron's field goal percentage when Iguodala was inserted into the game. Like his shit dropped dramatically and shit. From you know what I'm saying, from just wear and tear. But yeah, and Iggy was still like 16, 8, and 8, some shit like that. If you look it up.
Hell no.
Yeah, look it up.
Hell no, his numbers wasn't like that.
Let me look it up. I think it was.
Please look that up, because you're tripping. You didn't fit into the hype, yo.
Everybody's piling in. Hit that like button on your way in. We waiting on everybody to pile into the Monday Night Madness for sure.
Man, we know Iguodala, man, brought that victory home. We ain't gonna play that, yo. And then he gave it up.
Man, I'm done.
Yeah, yo, you crazy, yo.
Y'all gonna sit here and let a dude get robbed off of an MVP just because a role player played this fucking role? Like, what?
No, he
played this role. So if that's the case, we gonna let role players get MVPs for playing their fucking role, yo.
If he come out and do his thing.
He did a role player thing.
Shit, Ron
That
Artest
don't make
got
you an MVP.
Ron Artest got an MVP.
Did he? For when?
The Lakers.
No, he never.
You got that wrong.
He didn't get an MVP. Hold on.
Never. That never happened in the history of the NBA.
He was 16. He was 16, 5.8 and 4. He was 16. So basically 16, 6 and 4. Andre Iguodala in the finals.
And what was Steph Curry?
I think Steph Curry like about 27, 28.
Damn.
Not even. Why would they do that to that man, yo?
Yeah, 27. I don't know about that. So 27 a game.
It was close. Let me look. But you got to remember, like Steph had like horrible game. Like he wasn't. He struggled in some early parts of that series, bro. Like he wasn't. Not like he was just lighting them up the whole way through.
Right.
I'm trying to find his damn stat. I'm trying to find.
So what game did Iguodala have that was a motherfucking breakout game when you say he was better than Steph Curry?
Yeah. He can't just have one good game. He got to have like the whole series.
Exactly.
Yeah, because you got to understand they was down 2-1 until they inserted Iguodala into the starting lineup. It was down 2-1.
Yeah. Ron Artest doesn't have a MVP. What was going to happen was he was going to get one, and I think he got arrested or something like that. He was in the ranking though. He's like number 2, but he didn't get one.
We're talking about
all right. So what is what's the boy name? Wiggins. What is he averaging right now?
Wiggins soft.
Hey, Wiggins doing his thing, yo. I'm gonna let you know right now.
Wiggins doing his thing, but is anybody?
It's just he plays excellent defense.
Yeah, but now Steph averaging like 34 a game.
Yeah, 34 a game, yo.
Wiggins
is Wiggins doing better than Iguodala?
Yeah.
Wiggins got
Is anybody saying that nigga should be MVP?
But Steph Curry's averaging 34 points, and he's not pivotal.
Hey, Wiggins is averaging 17 points per game in the season.
Yeah, he's robbing.
Assist and rebound. How many you got right now? Or Wiggins?
Rebounds?
Yeah, he do it better now than he would do with
you want total or separate?
On separate. For the series.
For offensive rebounds, he's got 1.2.
No. Just total rebounds. Total.
Okay, yeah, 4.5.
Assists.
Nothing.
Are like 2.
2.
Yeah, that way I know because I be betting this goddamn over because I be like, I think got to get over 2 assists. I think lose my money every goddamn time. Sorry, shit.
But he hadn't scored this low since he was in Minnesota. 17.
But Melvin, you gotta give him credit. He's locking up Brown and Tatum, and that's why he can't score.
Tatum's soft. So.
Yeah, both of them. Yeah. I like Brown a little better. Tatum is soft, but Klay Thompson, Green, and those guys when they guard Tatum and Brown, because I was rooting for the Celtics, they be locking them up 1-on-1.
But see, what my thing with Golden State is you actually have some guys that can play pretty good defense that need to start. They need to start a floor guard lineup, and they need to make sure they get Peyton and Kuminga in their rotation.
Oh, wait. They got to have Looney. Looney changed that whole series. When they put him in, that series changed.
Yeah, he got to start at the 5. That's no doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt.
But listen, here's Iggy, right? He averaged 16, 6, and 4. Right? They say he played in 6 games, but he started 3 of them. When he started the 3 games he started, he averaged 20.7 rebounds, 4 assists.
Oh,
Iggy.
For this year?
Nah, when he came into the that Cleveland Cavs series. And then you look at LeBron. LeBron went from like 50% from the field the way down to like 40%, bro. Like his numbers dropped.
When LeBron hurt at the time?
Nah, he wasn't hurt. No, he wasn't hurt. He was good.
I saw he's playing hurt.
Huh?
What year was that?
2015.
He's always hurt when he's losing.
And Steph Curry averaged 26, 5, and 6.
He was crying. Don't mean he was hurt.
Got wrong.
He shot 44, 88% from the free throw line, 44% from the field, and 38% from 3.
Yeah, he got wrong.
38% from 3, 44% from the field.
Nah, 38%.
It was
not for Steph
finals.
Curry, but on that year he was averaging like 54% from the field from 3. He went down to 38%.
It was the finals.
He probably had 2 bad games.
Now you make
30%. That's pretty good.
They said, listen, they got all the stats right here. Let me pull this shit up.
Yeah, Basketball Reference. Pull that up. That's what I was using.
I was right here on this one right here. You see it?
Yeah, but Curry does disappear in the biggest moment.
Committed more turnovers, 28 and 6, had a lower effective field goal percentage, 54%, and a slightly low true shooting percentage of 58 than Iguodala. You know what I'm saying? That's all. Yeah, come on, man.
But so you saying he deserved the MVP? That's what okay, he did good as a role player. But you saying he deserved to get the MVP, yo. That's hard for me to.
What year is that, Sosa?
I don't really see
2015.
anything. Yeah, I don't see anything where the battle was justified.
I don't know what argument that strength is. What are you trying to take away from Steph Curry by saying that? It's like Steph Curry, like he a transcendent talent. Like he changing up the whole how you draft players and all kind of shit.
Yeah, that's cute and all, but that nigga ain't gonna make a nigga Jordan. Shit.
Cute? We talking about LeBron.
Huh?
Hey, Sosa.
Don't have to be Jordan.
Huh?
He's shifted the Byron in his own right.
Look, hold on.
What made him great.
Put it in the back chat.
Hold on. What's the boy name? Kyrie Irving did his fucking thing in that final, right?
Yeah.
He did way better than fucking Iguodala. Ain't no way they was gonna give that.
Nigga, LeBron averaged a triple double share, but you would have got.
I don't give a fuck.
You can't ignore.
Listen, all Kyrie Irving did a good fucking job as a role player.
Nah,
that's my point.
So you're saying that if LeBron would have averaged okay, so LeBron averaged a triple double, didn't trump Kyrie shit? That nigga
it did. So you saying Steph Curry numbers don't trump Iguodala numbers?
He did trump, but they looking at the fact that how the game changed once Iguodala started to line up. They're looking at his stats.
Look at how the game changed.
Plus he defended LeBron. They're looking at the whole.
Look at how the game changed in the crucial moments. Who hit them shots? Kyrie did. But that nigga ain't win the MVP. Why the fuck would they roll
he hit that one shot. Like he was LeBron was that nigga.
It was niggas that will argue that Kyrie should have been the MVP. Why he ain't get it? Why you niggas ain't saying Kyrie should have been the MVP?
Because LeBron averaged a triple double.
LeBron went off, bro.
Right. But Kyrie went off too.
But Kyrie didn't lock.
He won the fucking game.
Yeah, but Steph Curry numbers dropped though, Chef. The nigga was unanimous MVP.
The best player. He still was the best player on the winning team.
But what about what Steph is a defensive liability? You know what
all
I'm
day
saying?
long.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
God.
But Iguodala was locking up LeBron.
He never locked LeBron up.
He did.
He slowed him down. I won't say
Y'all
he locked him up.
capping,
He
yo.
definitely
His
slowed
field
him
goal
down.
percentage dropped like 10% for like 50 something.
Y'all
down,
capping, yo. The man was wore out. He was playing by himself.
Hey, I don't know.
All his teammates got hurt. He was
playing by
lifting.
himself.
He was doing the heavy lifting by himself.
Hey,
man, goddamn
at that point.
Chef, he was on the court, bro. We can't make excuses for the man. The man laced him up,
So
and he got on the court.
So y'all forgetting how that shit really went.
I ain't forgetting.
Oh, I remember that shit, bro. I lost about $200 on that game. I remember that shit.
Kyrie got hurt. Love got hurt. This nigga was out there with Della Dover in them, yo.
Goddamn, J.R. Smith throwing the ball out of bounds and
Timothy Mozgov. Them niggas was balling, Chef.
Man.
Yeah, that nigga was up 2-1 though. Hey, look, man.
We got about 40. We wait until we get about 50 to get started. You know.
I feel your pain though, Chef. I feel your pain, but
yeah, my man got robbed, yo.
We gotta go with the experts, bro.
Ain't no experts in that.
The consensus was Iguodala.
and Steph Curry ain't getting no votes, yo. That's some bullshit.
That nigga was unanimous MVP, and LeBron never been unanimous MVP. That's some bullshit.
Why would LeBron be unanimous MVP?
LeBron was much more dominant than Steph Curry.
That year, Steph Curry was winning the MVP.
Chef got his name, Chef Curry.
Yeah, them years Steph Curry was winning the MVP. You saying LeBron was better than him?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Them years Steph won an MVP. The only
niggas was watching the game.
The only finals he won.
Watching basketball because Steph Curry.
The only finals he won when he won an MVP is the one when Kyrie and Kevin Love were hurt before the finals. The other one,
Steph Curry made the NBA fun to watch again, yo.
Nah, I disagree with that.
Nah, nigga, I was watching it.
That's cap.
No, it ain't. He made the shit fun again.
Cap, bro.
Yo, who got the most sold jerseys?
You know what I'm saying?
Steph Curry.
Who more popular today?
Steph Curry.
Nah, I don't think so.
I think LeBron's still probably
LeBron more popular than Steph.
With the younger generation, they love Steph Curry more.
Yeah, but I'm talking about worldwide.
Yeah,
worldwide,
worldwide.
LeBron more
Let me ask this
popular.
question: Who they want to play?
What other GMs trying to emulate?
Now, who they want to play like? LeBron or Steph Curry? Which one?
Steph Curry.
Who they want to play like?
Who LeBron want to play with? Who do LeBron said he want to play with?
Yeah. I ain't arguing that. Open up his game.
Steph Curry wanting to play with KD.
LeBron has the most selling jerseys.
Hey, Chef.
I don't know about that.
Chef, if
James Harden sells more jerseys than
if
Steph
Curry was
Curry.
that nigga, he would have did it without Durant. That nigga knew
He did
LeBron,
without him.
they wasn't good enough to be. They had to get goddamn KD. Nigga, LeBron was an issue.
Yo, the nigga was a free agent. Why wouldn't they try to get
nigga? They flew out to his shit like nigga, please, nigga, like come join the squad.
I saw that article the other day. Draymond Green was in the parking lot crying, begging KD to come to Golden State. All three of goddamn Steph and Draymond was begging KD.
They jumped on the plane and flew out the way he was at. Yeah.
Yeah. Talking about ring chasing, boy. They were chasing it in.
That nigga ain't had to join. If he was the shit, he ain't had to join them. What the fuck? Y'all tripping.
Yeah, they knew like this gonna give us the trump card over LeBron.
I don't know.
They was up 3-1 on LeBron and them.
Right, was.
Y'all act like they couldn't, and the shit came down to one fucking shot, yo. So y'all acting like they got that they couldn't compete. Like that's cap right there.
Nah, we acting like they couldn't compete.
3-1. It went 7 games, and it came down to the last fucking shot, yo. They didn't get fucked up.
Shit was like obviously they didn't think they can get it done because they went in petition for this guy to join their squad, even though they just won 71 games, 73 games.
Yeah.
So even with that, they broke the NBA record for the most wins in the regular season, and they still needed KD to beat LeBron.
That's because Harrison Barnes. Wait, that's because Harrison Barnes sold him out. Harrison Barnes playing like shit in the finals.
Yeah, but
What you gonna play
Draymond
Harrison?
played it better though. Draymond was kind of on fire. I think Draymond was probably having like 19-20 that series and shit.
Harrison Barnes sold him out. So we're like, fuck that. We gotta replace this nigga. And KD was the only superstar that was like available.
Shit, the most talked to super like shit.
Yeah, they got Wiggins and went right back. So that just let you know that it wasn't.
Hey, they ain't went right back.
Nah, they ain't go right.
Thompson was hurt.
No. It wasn't Wiggins to get. I mean, I think like how they got here right now is they took a gamble of Jordan Poole
all day long.
And GP the second is killing it too.
Yeah, hell yeah. Although Wiggins did step up. You know what I'm saying? Finally.
Yeah, he stepped up where he's going to play, where he's going to be beneficial at is defensively. But
Jordan Poole was lighting up like down at 20 when Steph was out.
But that's why I said they need to run a full guard lineup. Have Looney at the 5, and then rotate between Clay and Steph and Poole and GP2. Even throw in Moody in there a little bit. They got to mix it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I just want what Unc say if they lose this series though. If they lose, do we stop having this goddamn Steph Curry conversation?
It's over with.
It gotta be, man. It gotta be over with.
Oh hell yeah, yeah. That's a wrap.
I feel like Boston got the better team, but they young.
They definitely do got the better team.
They young.
And more balanced too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're young and they kind of goofy. Like they settle for 3 balls with way too much.
And and Marcus Smart inconsistent and shit with his
very inconsistent. Yeah, it seemed like their offensive schemes aren't that great.
Boston's problem is they got a new coach.
Yeah,
and all the people like to say, "Hey, he's on the." From the school of pop, it doesn't mean nothing. This guy was the backup for Manu Ginobili. It's not a guarantee that he's going to be an excellent coach. And right now, he the last game, he missed the opportunity to take some timeouts that a coach with some experience would have taken.
That's a part of being a new coach, because he did a good job compared to where they start from, right? Because when you look at Phoenix last year, the coach fucked it up. Like, how you gonna just let Giannis just damn near average 50 a game? Like, you ain't got no, you know what I'm saying?
I don't blame that coach for that. I blame Chris Paul for that.
That was horrible, man.
I blame Chris Paul.
Why you blame Chris Paul?
Because Chris Paul always gets in his own way. He always does.
Chris Paul was like, we need to form a wall. We need to wall that nigga off. But he was like, nah, we finna let Ayton play on one-on-one.
Ayton can't play defense.
Ayton got 8.
He got 8. Got in foul trouble, dunking all over. That shit was ugly.
Yeah, that's why they signing him his max right now.
Yeah,
he entitled for a max. They finna do either sign and release or see if somebody got the money for him. And I don't think anybody got the money for him. I've been looking at the contracts on spotrack.com. Ain't nobody got the money for him. They're gonna have to sign and release. That's a waste.
Wow. Yeah, it ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. I wouldn't get that money either.
Yeah, no.
I would say go for John Collins in Atlanta because he don't want to be there, but they just signed him to him.
I don't like John Collins.
Yeah, me either. Yeah,
but he's better than DeAndre. He plays better defense and he out rebounds.
Did you lose?
Look, John Collins, he's actually good. He's just on the wrong team. That's all.
Exactly.
But if you get John Collins for 8, you're gonna lose a center. Like John Collins is a power forward. Like they still have to go out and get a center.
I don't care about that. Shit, ATL gonna level up though. They get 8.
But they don't.
Yeah, they had to get rid. They got to get rid of John and goddamn the nigga with the spatula hands. I can't remember his name. The center with the spatula hands.
Capella?
No way.
Nah, don't get rid of Capella.
No, because they can't play. If they trade him, they can't keep Ayton and Capella. Capella can't play. That nigga making too much money to come off the bench.
Nah, he'll start. Power forward.
Alongside Ayton?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he should jump shots anyway.
Yeah, Ayton does, but nigga Capella, I think them niggas will break them niggas' ankles out there. Capella out on the perimeter? Shit.
That's how the Knicks did it. The Knicks had the big dudes.
Yeah, I mean, Cleveland got away with it, but that dude's a little more athletic.
You know what? Later on, everybody in the chat, you guys have been diligent listening to some of these conversations we've been having on linguistics, we're going to ask some questions, right? Just like we asked Team Osiris the 10 questions. We're going to put some questions in the chat. And the first people that answer these questions, we're going to send out some exclusive sort of rewards for those. So you guys get your thinking caps on for that as we move into the conversation.
I remember one time CCAT did a quiz and shit. She had gave away like a couple Mossy books and shit.
Yeah, we got
how time flew.
Right? but this isn't. I don't want to give out, what I want to give out to you. This is going to be your selection, right? This is the book of your choice, right? For the people that answer the questions first, this is book of your choice. We're going to do that. It took ask linguistics questions. It'll be the questions for some of these conversations we've been having over the last week or so. So it may be some linguistics questions, maybe something else, but
yeah, question like is a phylum synonymous with family?
No, yes or no, no yes or no questions. Right?
Yeah, true or false, man. It's true or false.
Right. This will be, and this will be book of your choice. It has to be available off Amazon. So we'll do 3 of those questions for those that are interested in participating.
Yeah, Unc started us off with the goddamn Chef Curry goddamn shit. That shit crazy.
Yeah. Unc was wilding. Yeah, he done jumped over Kobe, Dwayne Wade, all these guys.
Yeah, he just leapfrog niggas. I was like, God damn. He ain't even won an MVP yet.
Yeah. Right. He didn't win the series.
Like, yes.
He bugging out.
Yeah, we gotta get Chef to load up. We can get Chef to load up other 2 videos tomorrow, man. That shit was very educational. I ain't gonna lie.
Hey yo, Chef gonna pull his hair out if Wiggins averaged 40 points through 2 games and they win, and he gets
Unc simply made a scientific prediction. So he is stating his claim. He laid down the reason why he assumed so, and the championship. Come he win it, then his scientific then his hypothesis, his theory would be sound because it includes a prediction. You see, we're just going through the scientific process. Now, if he loses,
listen, if Chef win the championship in an MVP, then we can start to have the conversation about how he. But he still don't just leapfrog.
Wait, hold on.
No. According to Unc's hypothesis, he laid down why he thinks Steph Curry is amongst the greatest. I do not know if there is any greatest after Michael Jordan, but it remains to be seen because Unc's hypothesis contains a prediction, which is scientifically sound and valid. If Steph Curry wins the championship, wins the MVP, then Unc's theory and hypothesis has a sound validity and is now worthy of Steph Curry being in the discussion amongst the greats, which should include Kobe Bryant, by the way. But you can't argue with the scientific process. You have to wait until his prediction is proven.
Hey, look.
You funny, Late Show. Yeah, we're not trying to sell barbecue.
Don't say it.
Late Show.
I just typed it in the chat. He cold blooded for that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to say it all. I don't want to say it all this way.
Late Show.
Like, let's spare them brothers that book.
He still gotta win it. He still got to win it, gentlemen. Before we can acclaim any credibility to Unc's hypothesis. Until then, the man has his hypothesis. It's a sound argument, and you can't beat him up too much.
I think I'm speaking in French. So I didn't say that Steph Curry was the greatest player. I said he's the greatest shooter in the game.
Hold on, you speak French?
Huh?
Yeah, I thought I said that. I was wrong with that. Am I wrong? I'm wrong.
Oh, we said this. You threw out Jordan, right? And then everybody like, whoa.
Yeah, y'all,
like
y'all
Jordan,
went for it.
LeBron, and then he started naming
like, killed y'all.
Nah, it's LeBron.
Killed y'all. I was saying in that atmosphere where you just can take over a game. That's what I meant.
Yeah, I tell you what.
He's that.
Tell you what. Where do you rank Steph now?
Top 5.
Okay. Top number one.
I'm asking, is he top 5?
Yes. Not yet, but he's getting there. But he's the greatest shooter in the history of the game, though. I'm gonna say that.
Okay, shit. But Ray Allen was there before him, but he was on top 5 guy.
No, I'm gonna ask you again. Is he the greatest shooter in the history of basketball?
Yeah.
Okay. Right now, he's starting to be a closer now. He's closing niggas out.
Games?
No, I mean, come on, how many championships he got already? Y'all want to play? How many championships?
No, but he wasn't closing those games out though.
No, it was KD.
I never said he was. I didn't say he was, but how many championships the man got?
He got 3.
Because we can't. Okay. All right. So we're gonna wait it out. But I mean, just his whole thing is different now. Look at him. Y'all gonna see tonight.
You think Chef top 10? You put him top 10?
Yeah, it gotta be. If you're the number one shooter.
Nah, man.
Game.
You could be the number one shooter. How many years you lead the league in scoring?
I think y'all forgetting something though. He revolutionized the game.
Man changed the dynamics of the game.
Yeah, he did. Change the game.
Yeah, he did change the game. Yeah. But
he changed the game completely.
So if you're able to change the dynamics of the game, you're in the conversation of greatness.
Nah, I don't mean
it do mean that.
White chocolate changed some of the game too, though.
Yeah, you gotta lead the league. You gotta lead the league in scoring. You need all-star appearances like
chocolate.
Oh, you made that up.
White chocolate did? Are you serious?
Yeah, you made that
up. Passes, he had a bunch of white boys trying to ball like him.
Yeah, AI changed the game. They had to ban AI move. They had to say, nah, you can't do this shit. Nah, we got to ban that. They banned that nigga move. Like
AI definitely changed the game.
He changed the face of the NBA.
Right. They think he banned his move.
The nigga Steph Curry got like the best skill set.
And how much shots been taken and the 3-point game and how it's evolved. They're complete breakdowns on these documentaries on how Steph Curry has evolved the game of basketball.
Yeah, nobody's arguing
in the discussion of the greatness.
Nobody's arguing about him. Nobody arguing about him changing the game.
You can't put more pressure on the defense.
None of those experts put Steph top 5. Nobody does. You know what I'm saying? Like in terms of pure skill set, though.
Yeah, he's not.
I think Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving has, in terms of pure skill set, is a more skilled basketball player.
He's more skilled, but he's not more effective than Stephen Curry.
Right, like that don't even make sense right there.
Yeah, when you say top 5, you're saying top 5 all time. You gotta look at what the qualifications are. If you're just saying top 5 point guards, you know what? You got an argument. But top 5 overall, nah.
Yeah, because you got Mike, LeBron, and Kobe right there. That's the first 3.
But I mean, even in let's look at top 5 point guards. Let's look at top 5 point guards. People forget about the records that Oscar Robertson had that LeBron's been breaking.
Yeah,
like people forget just how good he was.
There really is a lot of good dudes, but I mean, like you said, we didn't change the game. Like moving forward, people still trying to catch up to Golden State right now. Like moving forward, everybody trying to fix their team and be like these dudes. He taking the center off the court completely. Like that's LeBron ain't do that.
Yeah, they kind of
as good as he was. LeBron,
they kind of did that, like because you gotta understand, like when they had the big 3 in Miami, Chris Bosh played center. He was
they kind of did.
He was a power,
but they didn't do it like that.
So you're like a power forward.
Yeah, they was really small with that motherfucker. They was just
they had power forwards to handle the ball before LeBron.
Not like that. Like
Anthony Mason, like the closest.
Yeah,
I mean, they did. It was definitely in the game, but people shooting 40 feet jump shots. That's new. Like you
name one.
I don't know.
It
What
sounds
you mean?
like
You
you're
just said one
comparing.
yourself. Andy Mason. We
It
saw
sounds
Kevin
like you're
Garnett do it a bunch
comparing
of times.
apples and
Nah.
Larry Bird
No.
used to handle the ball at the forward position.
but
Like
nah,
I'm saying that skill itself
Talking
is
like
nothing
point
new to the
forward,
game.
point forward, talking point forward.
Yeah, point
I
forward.
just
Not
said,
just- Yeah, he handled the ball sometimes. I'm talking about like point. LeBron ran like point forward.
Now
Like-
Anthony Mason ran the ball up full court fast as hell, like
Yeah.
Draymond.
Yeah.
Kevin Garnett didn't do that. Kevin Garnett walked the ball up. He ain't push it.
Yeah.
right. All I'm saying is that there's not like LeBron did it at a high level, but it's not unique, right? Like this dude Steph Curry
Right,
is
it's not
completely
unique.
unique.
It's not.
Only thing
Completely.
It's
we
not
need about
completely
Steph
unique.
is the long range threes, bro. Like niggas taking the long deep threes. Like,
But you still not disagreeing with me. He is unique.
Of
Like
course.
nobody can shoot from that far and dribble that well. Like yeah, he got defensive problems. But
Wasn't Scotty a point forward?
Yeah, no, he's small forward though.
yeah, small.
I'm just making my point. I'm saying like there's nothing new about that.
Like I don't,
He did his thing.
I'm not disagreeing
you
that
know
he
who-
changed
you
it.
know
I think
who
he
would
changed
fit
the
though?
game. I'm not. That's not.
Hey,
I'm not.
I'm biased. You know who would fit? Kevin Garnett. He was a point forward.
Nah.
Nope.
Yeah.
I'm not buying
Yeah.
that.
But not to
He
that
did it
degree
all the
though.
time.
Not to that degree though. Nah. He did
Yeah, he
sometimes.
was.
Not to that degree though. Not to the degree like.
Bro, he had like 5 or 6 seasons straight with like 5 or 6.
But like you inside of what you saying, you
LeBron
agree
averaged
with
like
that he
LeBron,
did do it.
LeBron
Like
averaged like seven to 8 assists per game per season for like.
Right, but that's an exception. I'm saying look at Garnett and how he plays.
Yeah, I mean, I
He was
get it.
a
I
point
get it.
forward.
But his assist didn't.
I mean, why
but
do
he
you think he
more.
was
But his
I
assist.
mean, why do you think he was so successful in Boston? If he wasn't at least averaging 5 or more assists in Boston, they wouldn't have won.
Yeah, but
all assists.
Those are half court assists.
Yeah, all assists. Yeah, exactly. All assists are equal. He was just a good passer, like from the top. Like he get the ball free throw line extended.
All right, then what about Chris Webber? Same situation.
Okay, yeah. Now I'll go with that one.
He was a little-
Yeah. Now he was a point forward. Yeah, power forward, point guard.
Yeah, Garnett was too.
Nah.
so.
How you
now
trying
we-
to Garnett?
Garnett was
Nah,
a better
Garnett.
point
Like, yeah,
forward than
Garnett
Webber
too.
was.
Nah, hell no. Weber was the man.
Yeah. I was a big Weber fan coming out of
Webber, Garnett averaged more assists
I
than
can't
Webber
play
did.
with Weber. I can't play with Weber on my team.
You know, like
Not at
Weber.
all. I can't. In the most precious moments, yo, he frees up.
Yeah,
He
he
did
had
it in
some
college
money.
and he did it
Yeah,
in
he
the
had
pros.
some money. Yeah, that broke my heart.
No. At the top notch moments where the pressure situation cracks. Yeah, I can't have a player like that. Yo, you great the whole game, and then when we need you the most, you crack and give up. You traveled in college, and then you down. What the hell you did in the pros? You crazy because you had the Lakers. Yo, they barbecue chicken.
The timeout, there wasn't a timeout. They called a timeout.
Yeah.
Timeouts left.
Walk, travel, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
And I love Weber game now.
And he struggled against 7-footers too, defensively.
Yeah,
he was a serious guy.
He was soft, and he was a soft power forward, defensively wise.
Yeah, he wasn't playing. He was a beast though. He didn't Hall of Fame yet. Yep.
Yeah.
Hall of Fame.
No, NBA Hall of Fame ain't as tough, goddamn.
Oh, wow.
A lot of niggas getting. Now I ain't saying he don't deserve it, but like when you look at Draymond Green's numbers, I mean he's gonna make the Hall of Fame, and I agree he's important, but he's gonna be like 7 and 7 Hall of Famer. Like, that shit gonna look crazy, man. I ain't even front like
7 is look.
That's just
Las
crazy.
Vegas numbers.
Yeah.
Yo, how many
look at Draymond Green's stats.
Yo, how many assists he had?
Who?
Like 6 or so.
Come on.
Yeah,
Yo, that's good. Y'all know that, right? Yeah.
Yeah, nah, his number's not impressive at all.
Yeah, at all, bro.
Are you talking about just this year?
Throw up, look
My
at it.
career.
Oh, career wise? The
Yeah.
average?
Yeah.
How many all defensive teams you got?
Yeah,
And
five
he probably
five
got-
assists career wise. All defensive is 7.
Dude, did y'all hear that? Y'all sure?
Wait. But is it team 1 and team 2 or team 3?
What's the share on screen?
Huh? Yeah, because I
Let me
don't
share my screen sheet to see.
think it was all defensive 1. I don't think it was that one. I think it might be 2 or 3.
Nah, man, he made two this year.
All right. Y'all see?
Yeah.
7 time all defensive.
Wait, now click that because you got team 1, team 2, and team 3. and I believe a 4.
It don't matter what team you on, yo.
Yeah, now it matters.
No, it don't.
Not really.
Yes, it does.
You get that extra money.
Yeah,
it'll
if I
make the
click
whole
it, it
team.
doesn't do anything.
No, it definitely matters because like you have all team offense 1, and LeBron is that, and you got a 3, and that's like probably Lillard somebody. Like,
Okay, so here's
Yo,
the
Lillard's
awards.
unstoppable.
Let's see. Defensive Player of the Year, 16-17.
I'll do that. Keep going.
yeah,
That's of the year, yo.
yeah, my man don't got how many.
Yeah, but I mean, we ain't gonna throw Marcus Smart in there.
Yeah, you see the rankings of it? Yeah, he like 89th in ranks. Nah, hell no. He's 90 and 150. Nah.
It's hard to make it if you don't score, man. Robin, one of the few people
He gonna get in there though. He gonna get in there.
that don't score that you know he
Man, that mean he doing something, yo.
Yeah, but numbers wise, he don't deserve it.
Yeah, his numbers don't look crazy.
Yeah, even his Hall of Fame probability is 60%.
Yeah, I think he'll make it. He like a half
Draymond.
the average free throw shooter, probably shoot like 20% from goddamn 3. Like,
Who's worse than that?
like shit.
Y'all crazy, man. It's just imprint on the game, yo.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but he ain't never like was a double
need
digit
numbers,
rebounder. Like he just
Do rebound. How many rebounds he average? Let's see. How many rebounds he
His average for his career?
Yeah.
Huh?
For his career average? 6.9.
Come on.
big time.
Yeah, his best rebound of the year was 15-16.
What was it?
9.5.
Okay,
Put him up there with the greats. It's tough.
I don't know, man. That's Draymond Green, man. Can't. If he was playing better,
He
if
had
he was
good
playing
numbers.
better, it'd be
He had
much
good numbers,
easier.
15 and 16.
Right.
That was his best
Come on,
year.
man. Y'all just
Oh
don't
my
like y'all
god!
hate.
I mean, god damn, man, look at that shit. 2013, 2.9, 6.2, 11.7, 14, 10, 11,
Tim
7,
dunking
8, 7, 7.
And then he fell off. Yeah.
Damn.
The steroids wore off or something.
Hey, God, man.
Yeah, now look at his field goal percentage.
Yeah, see, 81, 66, 66, 69. He got a 77, then it didn't kind of fluctuated again and shit.
Yeah, his free throw was good at. What happened to him? He could shoot at one point, then he just became terrible.
Because he realized how he fit. His fit wasn't to be the scorer on this team. His fit was to be, the point forward, but also to like set screens and just be a dog on defense. Like
he had a respectable enough 3-point shot that niggas didn't lay off. You at least had to respect him and run out there. Now niggas like, nah.
Right. But I mean, like think about how he played when he was in college. He carried that to his first year, but once he realized how he would fit on this team, especially with the likes of the Splash Brothers, he had to adjust. Like all great players do, they adjust.
2015, 2016, he shot 38% from 3. That was high as average, then it dropped to 30, 20, and into the 20s and shit.
Dang.
Yeah.
He's like Ben Simmons.
Draymond with the block.
Nah, he ain't no damn Ben Simmons. What you talking about?
Yeah,
Y'all
with the
talking
shot.
crazy.
He's like Ben Simmons with the shot.
Draymond with the block. Why y'all talking crazy? Why y'all talking crazy?
You really gonna say he touched that?
Meanwhile,
You even jump that high. I hope they show the replay.
Meanwhile, you go foul out. They go foul
out. Run him out the gym.
I'll get a tech.
All right, they're gonna run him out the gym. Klay Thompson got his legs back for the day. Looney. Oh,
let me see what's happening. Let me see what's happening real quick while we doing this bullshit.
My man Tatum gonna run him out the gym. They got him. Looney got Tatum on lock. God damn.
They got Tatum. Ooh, that's a good. Rip.
Yeah, Tatum is another one, man. He ain't ready yet, man.
Yeah, he's not ready.
Nah, he ready. If Boston wins this series, he's got the MVP.
Oh man, I think if he won the series, Jaylen Brown might get it.
Yeah, I think Brown did enough to get it.
All right, said.
Nah, Brown played sloppy that last game, especially his ball handling.
Yeah, Tatum played sloppy damn near every game.
Like 6
turnovers. Nah, Brown was especially sloppy. Yeah, the last 2 possessions that he had, he could have easily scored, but that defense shut him down.
Yeah. Well, they both was on lock though.
Yeah.
I gotta work on his damn ball handling skills. This nigga ball handling.
But Boston's problem is they don't have a deep shooter.
Yeah, at all.
Yeah, and they need and Marcus Smart is not a real point guard.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
Nah, he's not.
He played in college.
Yeah.
No, but he was way better in college though, as far as the score.
Of course. But I'm saying
Marcus Smart, he's not like a legitimate point guard.
Oh no.
Yeah, what happened to his game in college? He was a straight scorer.
He was.
He got in the pros. That's what happened to him.
Got in the pros and had a wake up call. Also, keep in mind, bias when he came into the league.
There you go, Draymond pushing that.
Didn't they still have Rondo? They still had Rondo, so he wasn't really getting playing time like that.
I don't know if they have
Rondo. Clay. Oh, Clay should have hit that.
Did they have Rondo? I don't know.
Yes. Let me
Y'all talk about basketball all night?
Oh, go ahead.
No.
You can switch it up. Jump in,
man.
It's
45 minutes in, you know.
It's open conversation. Switch the combo. Shit.
No, you know, I'm just kind of, you know, curious in terms of like some of the, I guess, the previous conversations we were having. Because
was this a new show?
Yeah. We transitioned. We moved directly into March.
Lead the charge, bro.
Not March Madness. It's Monday Night Madness.
Hey, real quick before Brendan goes. Smart came in 2014, 2015. That's his rookie year.
Knock it off.
The same year. That's the same. That's his rookie year. So he was still playing with the big three.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Nah, Marcus Smart went with the big three. Hell no. I don't accept that.
But
Marcus Smart could not have played with the big three.
I do have a question.
Oh, that's crazy. Marcus Smart could have all team defense.
No, he wasn't playing with the big three, but Rondo is still there.
Rondo. Yeah. All right.
Man, he's been there for a long time.
Yeah. He was the last to leave, right? Pierce got washed up pretty quick.
Yeah, I don't know why Pierce went to Brooklyn. He should have retired at the Celtics.
He went to Brooklyn. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, he went to
Brooklyn.
And he went to the Clippers. He was terrible.
He was old. He couldn't move. So I knew it was gonna work. Him and Garnett went to Brooklyn.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, because they got mad at Ray Allen, but they did the same thing. They left.
Yeah, exactly.
That was dumb. They didn't even make the money like that. That was dumb.
Yeah, you're right. I remember now. Anyway, they were terrible.
Brandon, that's your chance.
Hey, what's going on, Corey?
Your chance to jump in, Brandon.
You guys are the worst.
Bro.
Go ahead, Brendan. Go ahead, man.
No, Corey, peace, brother. You was just jumping in.
And walking through.
I was just jumping in. What's up, Melvin? What's up, Brendan? What's up to y'all?
What's going on, bro?
A few of y'all earlier today. I'm biased. What's up, brother? I ain't seen you.
Man, peace, bro. Y'all love what you did the other day, man.
Right.
Yeah, you know what though? You know what inspired me though, right? And Brendan can tell you. We watched the old school pseudo killers, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, you was going in on niggas a long time ago, right?
You was on their head, by.
You was already on niggas' head.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, I just wanted to give you it. That's why I forgot, but I wanted to give you a shout out yesterday. But
right.
Good luck. Hey, on my ranch, you know, niggas be interrupting me, so it fucked my flow up. You know what I mean?
Hey, Boz, you remember when Sean had this you and shit, made the video and shit?
Yeah.
We should have knew.
Y'all tried to they tried to talk you out of that bias. They're like, oh no, he's just bullshitting, man. He was well, you really wouldn't have been offended if you would have heard it. You know what I'm saying? That's what they said to you.
Yeah, nah, that don't bother me.
In hindsight, you were right on point.
No, I'm saying like at that time they was trying to tell you because you hadn't seen the video yet.
Oh yeah, I never seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, you hadn't seen the video, and it was like, yeah, you won't be that offended if you actually watch the video. I thought that was hilarious.
Really? Yeah, he tried to set me up.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely, man. You was definitely on your game, your A game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the original pseudo killer. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's it.
Before me, you know what I'm saying? Bias was a pseudo killer before me, so you know what I mean. Just to let motherfuckers know what it really is, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I think me and Chef came at the same time, or Chef might have been a couple days before me.
Yeah.
For sure. Hey, Melvin. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Corey.
No, go ahead.
Cut you off. No. I had a question because I we got brother Melvin on here. He's got a specific skill set and expertise in these language phylums that we're talking about, right? So I had a question in terms of, we talk about the 6 language phylums or the 6 language families, right? Within the Afro-Asiatic language phylum, right? So one of my question is my biggest questions is in terms of like building out the proto language between those 6 separate families, right? We won't name them right now, right? Because that's going to be a subsequent question I want to ask the chat in terms of like the little giveaway that we're going to do, right? In terms of like the status, in terms of the building out or the reconstruction of the proto languages between those 6 families, where is modern linguistics at in terms of building out the proto language in terms of those 6 families, right? And the reason why I think that's important, because we always talk about, it's like, okay, well, we have to build out the proto Afro-Asiatic, right? We have to build out, but as a prerequisite, we have to build out the proto language for the families within the phylum, right? To begin with, right? The sub language families, right? So in terms of where you understand, what's the status of the building out the proto language in those 6 families?
Well, the biggest problem with the reconstruction, the main problem, most of us should know that linguistic families are classified based on location, not ethnicity or race. So the biggest problem that they're having now is just the location or the homeland of Proto-Afro-Asiatic. There are some, there are assumptions about the location. A lot of people are saying that it takes place in near the Omo Valley. Some people are proposing that land still exists in Northeast Africa, but that's really the biggest problem, where they say that that begins. That's kind of like why there's no consensus on that yet, just because of a lot of people's hypotheses on the homeland for that. That you got to solve that first to be able to determine everything else, such as relationships and things like that. But as of right now, there's no agreed upon consensus on the homeland for Proto-Afro-Asiatic.
Right. And again, this leads up to the first question inside the chat, and we're going to monitor the chat, right? What are the 6 language families, right, that are included inside of the Afro-Asiatic language phylum, right? So the first person that actually puts those six language families in there, you're gonna get a prize there in terms of any book off Amazon of your selection, of your choice. Only thing you got to do is send me your email, right, and I'll get the book, and whatever book that you guys want, I'll send that to your address. Right, so the six language families within the Afro-Asiatic language phylum. That's our first prize question. And you guys should know that. We've talked about this multiple times, right?
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
You guys go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys have heard us talk about, matter of fact, you guys have probably heard Ngozi talk about one of those language families being potentially disputed due to just trying to find the origins of where their language come from. I don't want to give that one out yet. It's a contest, but again, science is always evolving. It's always changing, and with technology, the changes are happening faster and faster and faster. So hopefully, when it comes to linguistics, technology will help advance the study of African languages. I think Indo-European pretty much has been almost figured out. There's still some discrepancies that people tend to disagree with, especially within German. But I would think for the most part, getting the rest of the languages on the world, at least up to the status of completion like they have Indo-European, would be sufficient. At least for the majority of the population that may be interested in linguistics. And that's the problem now. It's just not enough research.
Right. And we actually kind of talked on that. I don't know if you remember. We hit on some of the I guess you would say the difficulties or the challenges of reconstructing the Afro-Asiatic phylum on the earlier show on the lunchtime, right? Because again, we want to make sure that we're being fair, right?
As long as being honest, yeah.
Hey, Brennan, it's an actual new book that came out like in 2018. It's called Afroasiatic. It's called Proto-Afroasiatic Data and Perspective, written by John Benjamin. It's a pretty good book.
Right. Yeah. So I liked what my man Melvin said about science is it's always advancing. It's always people are always adding new information to the body, right? I've been reading up on I've been listening to some of the lectures that Noam Chomsky had to say about what Greenberg's work, what Greenberg brought to the table. And part of some of the components that were not quite available was the neurological component, right? And so nowadays we have a neurological component to add to the data. And also with Greenberg, his work was more so data driven than anything, right? So, when Noam Chomsky or when this generation of linguists comes with the new tools and the new technology and add the neurological component to it, what that did was confirm some of the things that was already established within the linguistic field. You know what I mean? It didn't overturn anything. What it did was it helped confirm and it answers some questions when you add the neurological component to it. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to add that to what y'all were saying.
Right, we got our brother YG2K. I think he's got an acceptable answer that I'll take. There's one correction I would make. He mentioned, he said Kush, Chad, Berber, Egyptian, Semitic, and he says osmotic, right? But I'll take that as a correct answer, the osmotic. So you slid in the door with the osmotic. Right, so yeah, send me your P.O. box or your address to that brendan.sims.a@gmail, and whatever book selection you want off Amazon.com, I'll send that to your location, brother. For sure.
Yeah, and also it's Cushitic. Don't use Kush because the Hebrews are coming around the
That's
corner.
What I say.
Like,
we letting the brother slide in the door, right? For sure. Right. It's the spirit of the answer, right?
Right.
That's some of my old professors, right? They honor the spirit of what I was trying to answer. So since they gave me credit, I'll give the brother credit as well. For sure.
Yeah.
Hey Brendan,
congratulations,
peace,
congratulations, YG.
Right.
Peace, y'all. I've been tuned out for a while, so I'm not sure exactly where the conversation is, but I do want to ask a question if I can. I think the Team Osiris guys are still here.
Yeah, Melvin and Geechee is here.
Yeah, that's what's up. So from what I looked at with the linguistic stuff, right? A lot of it stems from Hamitic and Semitic. And my understanding is that these are religious stuff. That these are terms that come from the Bible, Ham and Shem, and I'm wondering why that's acceptable, and in terms of being called science, and just what is it like? If you can try and just explain to me why they use biblical terms to to name the different branches of those languages, and why is it not frowned upon?
They just coin terms. I mean, it's the same reason why we use the term mitochondrial Eve or paternal Adam and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Just coin terms.
It gets you even terms like Negroid and Caucasoid when it comes to the field of anthropology. Those terms, like Asiatic, are outdated terms of other fields, but for classification purposes. Again, that's the difference between the professional and the layman. The professional has to properly classify things. And so they would use those terms, those outdated terms, for classification. But to answer his question, at the time, most linguists, when the field was starting to open up, even back to like the 1800s, most linguists were Germans. But when the Semito-Semitic came in, it was based on Semitic speakers trying to point out that again the validity of the Bible. And so if you remember the quote I read when we first did our first show, and I read that long quote by Joseph Greenberg from his book from 1955, he clearly lays out that these bases for Hamites and Negro and Semitics are based out of race. They're not based out of linguistic assessment. They're based out of race classifications. And even within the race classification, it's inaccurate. So this is why he completely dismissed it. He completely removed any validity to it. And this is why he chose the name Afro-Asiatic, simply to not replace, but to completely remove the stigma of the past. So you may hear the term Semitic now, but again, like I said earlier, Semitic and Asiatic are outdated terms. You don't call anybody by those terms, but in the field of study, you can use those terms. And again, when linguists say Semitic, they're meaning Semitic speakers within that region, not giving any validity to the Bible, but just for classification purposes. I know that can be confusing sometimes, but again, that's the difference between a professional in the field and a layman. There's certain things you won't understand unless you actually do the research and study and understand from their perspective.
Right. So he didn't necessarily change, like move stuff from one phylum to another. He just changed titles.
The reason why he didn't move families or languages from one family to another is because the relationships cannot be disputed. The relationships between African languages and Semitic speaking languages is there. It's obvious, and it's been proven consistently, even today. So he's not getting rid of that. He's saying that from a linguistic perspective, we cannot use those terms because those terms are, again, have no racial, they have no base because they're based in race, and they have no linguistic grounds. I can read that quote if y'all want. It's a very long quote, but I think it's key to understanding.
Here's an example. Let me. I'm going to share something as well, right? This is from Diakonov, right? And we always mention the Russian linguists here, and I think this particular segment in the very first introduction of Diakonov's Afrasian languages, I think this will help you out a bit, American Dream as well. So right here, I don't know if this is all OCR, but it says right here, it says the term Semito-Hamitic that has been in use up until a short time ago was derived from the biblical genealogy of nations. This is from Genesis 10, where they all are traced back to the three sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. It says, soon the kinship of the Egyptians with the old Semitic languages became obvious, right? So this is like it goes all the way back in terms of some of the original coining of these terms. It comes back from the biblical genealogy of nations, right? So this is some of the backstory that they provide in some of these sources.
Yep. Oh, and Brendan, yeah, it isn't OCR yet, but what you can do is that blue arrow. I use that a lot. And that'll be the blue arrow top. That'll help you out.
Yeah, like this. If you got, I can like.
Oh no, like blue arrow at the very top.
Oh, okay. Right
yeah,
here.
and just follow through.
Grab it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, it talks about the genealogy of nations. This is where some of the very first, you would say, the name, that's where these names were derived from. And this is one source, right? Diakonoff. And this is somewhat of an authoritative source inside of linguistics, right? When you're dealing with Afro-Asiatic, the Afro-Asiatic language phylum.
So to put it bluntly, right? The very first linguists who started classifying African languages were racist. That's just the bottom line.
No. That's not a proper assessment.
Yeah,
some of them were.
And this
is it's not a proper assessment.
This is back in 1810 here. So
right, but not all linguists at that time were racist. That's not a proper assessment.
No, I'm not saying all linguists. I said the linguists that were classifying the African languages. The first dude that came up with the term Homo-Semitic, he was a Nazi.
Right. You're just saying that. Yeah, if you're just saying the Afro-Asiatic language family, Hamido-Semitic, sure, I give you that.
Yeah,
but when you talk about the other language families, they didn't know much.
So that's
they
what
didn't
I'm
know
saying.
enough. They didn't know enough about them in order
that's
to
where it started. I'm not saying today that's what it is. I'm saying that's where it started.
I know you're saying back at the time, but I'm telling you, most of the linguists back at that time were German.
And a lot of them were Nazi.
Yeah, but you would have to prove that they were intentionally inherently racist. You would have to prove
but they're Nazi. A Nazi is inherently racist.
But you can be Nazi and not necessarily be racist. Just because you're Nazi doesn't automatically Just because you're a Nazi doesn't mean you're automatically swept under as a racist.
That's a good conversation. Go ahead.
We can't just throw everybody under.
It was Jews that was supposed to be Nazis. It was Jews that was supposed to be Nazis.
Exactly.
So.
Like we can't just sweep everybody under the rug.
And the work that I have on the screen here, this is from the old Soviet Union, right? This is from this is from a team from the old USSR.
Yeah, a lot of them were Nazis too. A lot of the Soviets were Nazis too.
Yeah, so
Even before Hemio-Semitic even came out, the person that came up with the original term Afrasian or Afroasiatic was a French ethographer. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't racist at all. He actually left French Africa because he didn't like the way the French government was treating the Africans there.
Right.
Yeah, but I'm saying even one of the Nazi guys, he actually died in Africa. He got sick and died over there studying the language. So I mean, I'm not saying every single one of them was racist, but a lot of the terms came from people.
And the thing is about the Diakonoff. You mentioned that some of the people from the USSR were Nazis, and the thing about Diakonoff, he actually worked to remove some of the racist terms or some of the race related nomenclatures from these families, right? So again, you can't paint with a broad brush because again, scientists are they're located throughout the world, right? So we again, like after the World War II and all these things, like we bring scientists in from around the world because at the end of the day, they're not politicians. Right?
Yeah, no,
they're not.
I get what you're saying, Brandon, and I'm dealing specifically with the genesis of the field of linguistics. All right,
for sure.
Yeah, and I'm not saying it like it happened. It's not something that we should try to sweep under the rug like it didn't happen. It happened. But even after that, after the initial thing, a lot of the nomenclature stuck and people use it, but even people that didn't have any bad intent. But I'm saying we have to be honest about that part of it, that a lot of these people didn't have they didn't look at as Africans as equal to them in that sense.
And in terms of these
Let me just ask this
nomenclatures,
question. Given that,
no, just I want to
just ask
close
one
that up
question,
before
please,
you do
Brendan.
that. Oh no, but let us close this particular piece out before you ask the question.
But
Right?
it's a
In
question
terms,
about
no,
Zest. So before you close
I,
it
I
out,
will,
let me
I
ask a
will,
question
I
before you
will,
close
and
it out.
I'll hand it over to you because we're talking about something specific here, right? Just in terms of this particular piece, right? We're talking about the genealogy of nations and all this. I don't think that's as more tailored to I guess you would say a racist particular leaning as it is a religious one, right? This is more, I guess you would say, a religious sort of
It
leaning,
is. Yeah.
right, as opposed to a racial one. Yep, go ahead, American Dream.
Right. I guess
I can see that. I can see that. That's fine.
I guess a part of the difficulty that I'm having is, given that we're saying that using the terms they were using were racist, and there was a good reason like the fact that all they did was just change those terms. I'm not sure how just changing the terms now makes it sound science. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
that's
Like it
not
would have
all
to
they
be
I
did,
wanna,
more
though.
than
I
just
wanna,
That's
yeah, I wanna
that's a
address that.
misunderstanding.
saying.
That's not all
Yeah,
they did.
I wanna,
Let me just
yeah, I
finish
wanna
though.
address
Let
it.
me let,
It's
let me
not.
just finish though. Like let me just finish, please. You would have to, if it's racist, right? Then there's going to be something. It's not just the terms that are racist. It's actually the groups that they're putting together, who they're saying, which
That
languages
that
they're
has to be
saying
proven.
belong to one
So,
family.
so
All of that would be racist. So you would have to do like more than just change the titles of everything and keep everything the same. I just don't understand how doing that makes it
And I'm
kosher.
saying you're wrong about that. It's not just the terms of change.
I thought that's what the guy said before when I asked. He
No.
said all they did was just change the titles
They
from.
have refined the methodology as well. Like for example, even from the 80s to now, they have refined them. Greenberg, when he was doing his work, right, he was using a methodology. His method of was what they call a mass comparison method. But now, if you go, what scholars mostly use now is the historical comparative method. It has been refined, so it's not just that they changed the name and it's doing the very same thing. They have refined it.
I'm sure, and I think
yeah, I mean,
I don't like to put words in people's mouths, especially not Wujawu. He's checked me on that before, but I want to go out on a limb and say I think that what they're saying is that they started with the historical method from what they had, right? They didn't start from scratch. They didn't start with the historical method from scratch. They started with the Hamitic with the Hamitic Semitic stuff, and then started from there. They took that as a given and started from there. And I think what those guys are saying is they should have started from scratch with the historical comparative method, and that they didn't do that, which is why I think we should give them the leeway to kind of do what they're doing, I guess.
so I wanna address this. First off, we gotta be mindful of the usage of terms. Again, like I had said earlier, using terms such as Semitic or Asiatic or Negroid, like when they talk about Negroid morphology, when it comes to anthropology and they talk about pronathism, they use Negroid specifically based upon how that pronathism applies to certain people. And same thing with Caucasoid. These are outdated racist terms that are used, but in the field of science, they're used for classification purposes. They're not saying that they're calling everybody who fits this particular classification Negro or Caucasian, because that's incorrect. What they're saying is the morphology or the structure of the skull shape, and they're using it for classification purposes, again, as a professional. So when we see them completely dismiss Hamido-Semitic, when we see Greenberg completely dismiss it, they show that it has no grounds except based on race. He dismisses it. He doesn't just swap the name out. He completely dismisses it. But then now the work to be done is, okay, here are some relationships. Let's prove these relationships. And let's not just use a couple hundred cognates. Let's use thousands and thousands and thousands of cognates to prove a relationship. And they are still doing that. And the relationship has been proven, it's been vetted, and it's still the current consensus. That has yet to be changed. So if anyone wants to reconstruct the language family, they're going to have to show thousands upon thousands of cognates. They're going to have to show simple words like mother, father, arm, hand, foot, and they have to make sure that those words have the same sound, the same pronunciation, the same context. If they can't use simple words like that, root words especially, there's a problem. There's a huge problem, and you just can't have one because there's always an opportunity for chance. And so that's what I'm saying. Even though Hamido-Semitic is the old term that was used, it has been removed from any grounds of proper linguistic use. And I think for people to continue to bring that up and to say that, oh, well, that can be confusing and that can be a reason why the whole family needs to be disregarded and they started from scratch, don't understand the premise of Hamido-Semitic in the beginning, which is to vet the Bible.
Yeah.
Any opportunity that biblical scholars can use to vet the Bible, like archaeology, for example, they will use it, but it's constantly getting dismissed. Science can't prove the Bible, period. No matter what field you use.
You know,
that's the whole point.
I think it's a broader issue here that's being put out here on display, and we just ain't realizing, right? Mm-hmm. So now I got a different discipline that's here confirming what my suspicions was in the first place, right? See, what is it? The Semitic languages and the African languages, right, are in the same language. The Semitic language is an Afro-Asiatic language, right?
Yeah.
So this is the third discipline that confirms what I've been saying the whole time, right? We got geography, we got genetics, and now we have linguistics, right? What I've been saying is all these niggas is the same nigga. All these niggas is Mediterranean niggas, right? So now at this point, right, I know I ain't crazy now because I guess 3 disciplines here. Now, y'all can't say I'm crazy at this point now. I need Lee Sosa to back me up on this. Did you hear the man say that the Semitic language is part of the Afro-Asiatic language? You heard that, didn't you, Sosa?
Yeah, Sosa been knew that.
But that's not Mediterranean, though.
Huh?
That's
the
not
Semitic
Mediterranean, though.
The Semitic languages, the Semitic speaking people are not Mediterranean people.
Some of them are, I guess. Yes, some of them are.
Hold on.
Yes. These biblical niggas, right? Y'all are not gonna tell me these biblical niggas is not Mediterranean niggas, right? Y'all not finna put that.
They're not Mediterranean. They don't live along.
God.
Yeah,
this is Levantine.
They don't. Yeah.
No.
This is Arabian.
Now there you go. That's
this is Arabian. Yeah, this is Arabian. So.
You're going north. You're going north. We're going to the east, right?
Y'all going east. Okay, fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Southeast.
I put the Levantine niggas. I already put the Levantine niggas with them, right?
They're in that box.
Do they derive from the Mediterranean people?
Not Mediterranean, no.
Yes.
Yeah, they're all in that box.
The Levant is in the Mediterranean. It's on the Mediterranean.
Not all of it.
Yes, but not all of it. No, all of Egypt is not on the Mediterranean. All of nothing is on the Mediterranean, right? You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't say the whole. I'm not saying they're sitting on an island in the middle of the Mediterranean. That's not what I'm saying. If that's what y'all think I'm saying, that's
No. You understand that crazy.
I get what you're saying, Corey.
I'm not you saying
think I
they're
agree.
on the
It's all
coastline.
leading up.
You're talking
Like,
about, you're talking about the coastline, but I'm
Hey,
saying
Corey,
there are people that live off the coastline.
Corey, it may not be a silver bullet, but we're getting closer.
It's getting closer and closer. Like all of these disciplines is adding up. Like it's making all the sense in the world to me. I'm not seeing nothing that's saying otherwise. I have yet to see something that says otherwise. So
not all of those people live along the coastline. And
I wouldn't. Nope. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that either.
Okay,
but what I will say,
we're talking about Afro-Asiatic,
what I
right?
will
That's
say,
Africa and Asia, right? So Africa, those two.
What I will say is those groups of people, right? The culture of the Mediterranean was the dominant culture in whatever place they was at. The Levant, Egypt, Greece, Turkey,
North Africa,
Pakistan,
Tunisia, France, Spain,
Pakistan, all of them.
Algeria, Morocco, Libya.
No. Once you get to like Turkey, Iran, those are I guess those
the
are
Turks,
not
the
really
Persians, the Turks and the Persians, them
we
the
need a
same
map.
niggas
We
to
need
me.
a
Like
map.
you can't just tell me like
no, but those are different language phylum now. You're going into Indo-European language.
We can't. We're jumping into a different continent.
It's
Right?
fine.
We can't jump to Europe.
I'm not saying they all have to have the same language phylum, right? I'm saying those are groups of Mediterranean people, right?
Well,
these is all the same niggas. They all end up in each other's cultures. They all end up writing and lying on each other. You know what I'm saying?
They lying on each other.
They lie on each other. They make love with each other. They hate. They go to war. They do all. They have babies. All of that. Right? These people, these groups of Mediterranean people, have been doing this shit for thousands of years, right? And I'm just saying, what my point was, my overall point, my ultimate point was, the Egyptian niggas is a part of that group. That's all I was saying, and now we into whether the Turks and the Persians was Mediterranean, and I'm not going there. I'm not even gonna fight that fight. Y'all won that. All right, I'm gonna get that one up. What I'm saying is the Egyptians is a part of the group of niggas that I've been telling y'all they are part of the whole time, and the linguistics is confirmed.
Multidiscipline.
Multidiscipline. We got genetics. We got geography.
We're not gonna completely give it to you right now, but you're on to something.
I'm saying,
I'm not fighting you on that.
We're gonna have to come back to that.
We got geography and we got linguistics. That's 3 disciplines. You already know I'm all about the cross confirmation through multiple disciplines. You know what I'm saying?
All right, you're on to something.
Yeah, well, that's when you know it's science, when you have multiple disciplines confirming the same thing.
And Corey, we talked about this in the back chat. We said one of the byproducts of debunking the Afro-Asiatic,
right?
Maybe confirming that Egypt is a Mediterranean.
That's what I'm saying. It's a broader
byproduct, right? Science has byproducts, right?
Absolutely.
Oh man.
You know.
Yeah, we got to come back to that. That's a different conversation, right?
We're gonna put a pin in. We're gonna put a pin right there. Right, that's where I'm gonna start at. When it start back up, y'all know right where I'm starting. Right there.
For sure.
Yeah, you gotta be careful, though, Corey. They're coming for you.
Yeah, I know it. They threw the kitchen sink at me already.
Dude, I was looking for JJ 7000 when I was throwing him a bone with the Semitic languages and the Hebrew encyclopedia. Right, he was gone.
No, you gonna create a monster. You give that to JJ.
I was trying to give him. I was cocking the gun and I was trying to give it to him, but he got out the car. He too early. he got out the car too early.
He gonna run with that. Never let that go. I know.
That's
JJ.
why I'm teaming up with Zion Lex. Me and Zion Lex is teaming up, and we going to kill all these Kemetic niggas. We going to knock them all down. Zion Lex been right the whole time. You know what I'm saying?
Not about everything.
You gotta be careful.
Well, not about everything.
Because
I ain't gonna say I ain't gonna jump out that way.
You see that Chris
Say
Harris
it.
versus Zion
He
Lex?
been right about a lot of.
And you know
that Chris
the
Harris
reason why.
versus Zion Lex debate? You see that yet?
Me and Zion Lex teaming up. I gotta get a hold.
I said you see that Chris Harris.
Who out there
versus,
can get
Zion
a
Lex.
hold of?
No, I didn't see that, but
I need to see.
You need to see that.
I need to
So
hear
it's
who can get a hold of him. Who can get a hold of Zion Lex for me, man? Tell him the pseudo killers need to see him. You know what I'm saying? We got business we need to take care of. It's a lot of pseudos out here, and we want to team up with Zion Lex.
Zion Lex been hiding since he got that beat from Chris Harris.
And
so he got beat off Chris Harris.
And keep in mind,
hey,
one of
y'all
the
need to watch it. I'm trying to tell you. Go watch it now.
What were they debating about?
No,
what was the debate
about? Let me add this. One of the linguists we've been talking to, right, in correspondence with, he specialized in Semitic languages, right? So this is where we're kind of getting a lot of these very detailed technical details from, right? So that's the thing, right? When you're talking about doing this level of work, right? You would have to have a team of people who were specialized in the Chadic, right, languages. You would have to have a team of people that were specialized in Omotic, all this stuff, to do a comprehensive reconstruction
and the Berber
of this magnitude, right? To say, okay, well, this is the Negro Egyptian that spans the entire, continent of Africa, right? You know how many languages you're gonna have to deal with, So you have to have teams of linguists.
That's thousands of languages.
Yeah, exactly. So you would have to have not only one, right? You would have to have all these people that specialize. It's just too much to do for one person. One person couldn't, master all those languages, right? So
I mentioned it today, but even the whole issue with the Khoisan languages, a lot of the experts, they say that Greenberg's classification of the Khoisan languages needs to be, reorganized. He didn't get it exactly right. So somebody needs to do.
Nobody can properly classify the Khoisan languages just because they don't know what they're saying. They don't know how to be able to break down those sounds.
but because what happened is I think he just lumped all the click languages into one group, but they're saying that they're different.
Right, because he hasn't done the research. Like that's why even Bantu languages are all classified at once until people actually went to do the research and realized how vast they were. So yeah, just the research needs to be done. It's a lot of work that needs to be done in linguistics. But most people start with their native tongue.
No, what I'm saying, if somebody, well, I'm not going to tell somebody what to do, but if you're interested in linguistics, isn't that something to look at? Like,
you would need to either speak in either the Khoi or the sign languages, or you would need to have someone be able to interpret for you.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's a lot of work, and not too many people have done that. Even to come into contact with those people for those reasons may not be beneficial. So enough of those people
are kind of reclusive, right? They don't take to strangers. Yeah.
So that's the thing. You have to. Most people that come in contact with them are usually studying them culturally wise. They're not really focused on language, but enough about their culture really isn't known. But as we continue to study more and more and more about them and their culture, eventually the language aspect will be brought into question. So while again, Greenberg is not saying his conclusions, or they really are conclusions, but his proposed families are not final. They're like he's
Not
just
iron tight.
proposing.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I get
Right.
that.
So anyone can come 10, 20, 30, 100 years from now and say, you know what, Greenberg got it wrong. Here's the proper classification of the Khoisan languages. Or even break them up. Here's the proper classification of the Khoi or the San. But again, that work needs to be done, and you would need to be able to properly translate those languages and then
And you have to be
match
in the
up.
field. You have to be in the field to do that kind of work.
Yeah. You can't just write an Amazon book and get it done.
All right, y'all. I'm out of here. Be good. Peace.
All right. Yeah, well, you wouldn't imagine the amount of information that I've learned over the past few weeks on this whole linguistics thing and the whole Afroasiatic thing. It's a vast amount of information.
Yeah, you know, that's what I say. Like, linguistics is not easy to learn, but once you understand like the functions, once you understand the different sectors, and then the rules of linguistics, I think most people who just take the time to invest into it will understand it. We actually, those who take American, you know, K through 12 school, we learn a little bit of linguistics in school, especially learning the English language, which is why, like, again, most linguists, most, you know, accredited linguists start with their native tongue. So they understand the rules and how linguistics operates, the different fields of linguistics. And they start with their native tongue because that's what they speak the most. And then they apply the methodology, they apply the research and patterns and apply that to other fields of linguistics that they may choose to study. But if you're not doing that, I automatically question your intention.
Can I add too that when Greenberg did the mass comparative method, we did that approach. He knew there was like a first step type of thing. You know what I'm saying? He even said he don't even dismiss the comparative method itself. He just said the mass comparison is just a broad stroke. You know what I'm saying? Comparison, and then you do the comparative after that. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And two, before Greenberg got his hands on it, the Chadic language wasn't even included in Afroasiatic or the Hemio-Semitic, whatever that shit was. You know, it was Chadic wasn't included, but when he did the comparison method, he added Chadic. You know, it's Chadic, and the only reason Chadic wasn't included because of the racial issues and all that shit.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what I was trying to say earlier. Like, people try to say, "Oh well, Afroasiatic is just a rename of Hemio-Semitic." Not necessarily.
No, because there's more to it. Yeah, there's more to it. That's why I say it's been refined. It's not just the same old thing being recycled. They've added that needs to be added. They're taking out what needs to be taken out.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say it's refined because again, Hemio-Semitic was based on not even linguistic grounds. It was based on trying to prove the Bible and racial theories. You see what I'm saying? Like it's been completely uprooted from what it used to be and properly put in its proper place, properly put in its proper field. You know, it's like a plant that you got growing indoors, but if you study that plant and you understand how, you know, that plant's makeup is, and you realize that plant actually thrives in being outdoors, you got to take it out of that pot. You got to properly put it where it's supposed to be and give it the right nutrients, and, you know, make sure it's not near anything that could be threatening. And that's all he did. But it's not, he didn't just say, okay, here it is, and then just accept it as that's final. No, he's saying, here's my classification for putting things in their proper place. Now the work has to be done to vet those things. Now the work has to be done to further those things. And that's what's going to happen.
But to play devil's advocate, wouldn't they argue that that's what they're doing?
That's what who's doing? The linguist?
No. Like, what's his name? The French guy. No, them. Wouldn't they argue that's
they're doing the same thing that
I'm saying,
the linguist did to Hemio-Semitic.
Wouldn't they? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. like you said, when Greenberg made a comparison, right? He said that the work is not done and they need to go and, refine it or whatever. So I'm saying, wouldn't they now argue that that's what they're doing?
Yeah, that's why it's been said that in Bowley's next book is to show how Indo-European is the child of Negro Egyptian. So now you're saying not only have you properly classified the family of Negro Egyptian, but now you're going to prove how an entirely different family actually derives from that. So now it's become, this Maxo family. Now it's become something greater than, just a regular family. You see what I'm saying?
But based on my reading, they have actually almost wrapped up in the European because they have a proto family for the Indo-European languages, right?
They do, which is again, it shows the flawed ideology when it comes to that type of stuff.
So they would have to actually start from scratch. They would have to destroy that proto language.
No, first they would have to substantiate. You can't touch Indo-European without first substantiating the mother. If you're saying that this Negro Egyptian
that's
is
what
the
I'm
mother,
saying. The proto
you got to
language.
substantiate the mother first. Then not even Proto-Indo-European. I'm saying substantiate Negro Egyptian first, and then show how the children or the languages within Negro Egyptian share commonality with Indo-European.
Sure, they branch off and then created that proto.
That's how you do the work.
That would be like a.
But good luck because
that's a Nobel Prize right there.
But good luck because Negro Egyptian is again an improper classification.
It's just as racist. It's back to racist.
It is. It's basically Hamido-Semitic and blackness. I mean, and then again, language families are not classified by race or ethnicity. It's by location.
Yeah. And two, I wish Corey was on here. And to add to what Corey was saying, partial part of Afro-Asiatic is Mediterranean. I mean, they made Mediterranean culture to what it is. You know what I'm saying? If it wasn't without them, you know what I'm saying? They brought that grain collected agricultural flatbread type of culture to the Mediterranean from the Red Sea areas. You know what I'm saying? Because you even had Mediterranean type weather. You know what I'm saying? Weathering that happened in the Red Sea, or like the northern Red Sea area. You know what I'm saying? Which would have been like southern and Middle Egypt and shit like that. But yeah, like, you know what I'm saying, especially those northern, what we call what Christopher Area called northern Uritic groups, you know what I'm saying? Those groups, those particular branches of groups would have made, the Mediterranean what it is. And also the Iberian Maroons who was there, you know what I'm saying, before the Afro-Asiatic proper became in, you know what I'm saying? They probably would have spoke some type of proto-Afro-Asiatic the Afro-Asiatic language or some type of sister, branch of it or some shit. It's a bit, experts still trying to figure that out right now.
Well, this is a lot of information, I'm telling you.
Man, baby steps. Baby steps.
Right, for sure. You know what? This sort of leads to my second question, right? In terms of the chat, for our prize question, because again, we talked about this on a previous show. You don't know what you don't know, right? And there's a specific psychological phenomenon that we talked about, right? When people that are either the least informed within a particular subject matter or subject areas tend to be the most, I guess you would say, vocal and the most confident in their abilities, right? And this particular psychological phenomenon was coined by two psychologists. Their name was David Dunning and Justin Kruger, right? So whoever can put the name of this particular psychological phenomenon that I'm talking about in the chat, they'll be the winner of this second.
Really, Brendan?
Right, exactly. I'm giving you some softballs. What is it called? Right, give us the psychological phenomenon that we're talking.
And explain it. Explain it. Don't put it out there.
Yep,
explain
it. Write it in the sesh.
What?
Right. Hey, who knows? Maybe someone is listening to us. Maybe not. Right. We'll see.
We did a show on that.
Or maybe we're just talking into the ether. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a layup. That's a layup right over the top of home plate.
But it's like, as beginners, to this, subject, I advise people as like, said to get that book, the Civilization of Africa, History to 1800 by Christopher Everett. Like that book, gives you a nice broad stroke of what's going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've been reading the book.
book.
Even the book that Alex showed, I think last night, African Languages, the orange book he had.
And we got our man Tuck.
Yeah, that one too. Yeah.
My man Tuck, you're the winner. I'm gonna put my email in here. Somebody said the Dining Kruger.
Dining Kruger.
Tuck beat you out. He's the Dunning Kruger effect. So I'm gonna put my email in here. Let me know the book of your choice. Amazon, it has to be Amazon friendly, and then give me your address or PO box. I'll mail that out to you, bro.
How many more questions you got in mind, Brendan?
I was thinking about maybe one more. One more. But if you want to ask one, right?
No, I don't have one to ask. Maybe
I don't have another one because
I want a free book. Yeah, I want to play.
It can't be the panelists. You guys have actually gave us this information, right?
No, like I think if maybe Geetsy could work up a question, or maybe even Sosa could work up a question. It got to be a little complex though, but something that they can look up. I definitely give that person that answers properly access to my library.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, maybe we can do that on another show when we have a really good question set, and then we can give maybe a couple keys to the kingdom out, right?
Hey, sure.
Yeah, for sure. That sounds good. Because we got a couple people, regulars in the chat right there. So, if anybody knows something about the Dunning-Kruger effect, right? They've been watching, right? So Tuck, he's a regular, so he knows a little bit about that.
Right.
For sure.
Yeah, I was gone when Corey made a statement. I know Corey done dipped out. I reject all Corey's claims on the Mediterranean just because.
Thank you.
Reject all of it. The war is still on, Corey. The war is still on.
That is another topic for another.
The war is still on, Corey. Right? I know. He's probably listening though. The war is still on, brother. Because he was like, I just need my man Sosa to agree. I was gone, but I was listening though. I was like,
right? But it's pulling those languages towards the east, though. It's pulling it.
So what he was saying about the Turks would not be Mediterranean. They would have added to Mediterranean later on in recent AD periods. But the Turks, even the Terek language is more closely to Mongolian languages and shit. Even
the Persians, right?
The Persians, they speak Indo-Europeans. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but the Turk language would have been closer to East Asian languages like Japanese, Mongolian, shit like that. But they would have been genetically, had the same affinities as some of them Iranian people because they were because the Mongols took over them, them Central Asian people, where you would have had them Indo-Eurasians, and you had a buffer zone where Mongolians would have took over, during the Mongolian
influence.
Period. Yeah,
the influence. You got that influence come in, it changed up the language.
Yeah, but even Terek language, or Turkish language, even though later on it got influenced by Arabic and shit, but even like the other branches, the basal branch like Terek, which is still a Mongolian, like it's still spoken in Mongolian. You got Terekstan, and all them different places. So they would have added on later to the Mediterranean though. They from Central Asia.
Yeah, and then you got the Chadic in there, so you wouldn't know you're gonna classify the Chadic as Mediterranean.
You said what?
You got the Chadic and the Afroasiatic.
Yeah, right? Chadic is Afroasiatic.
Yeah, you're not gonna pull that over and be like.
You got Hausa. Don't forget you got Hausa.
Yeah, so you're not gonna.
Yeah, but they didn't all reside along the coast of the Mediterranean. So that's what I'm saying. That's a flaw. That's kind of flawed.
That's what it's
a Red Sea. I would say it's a Red Sea. It's an Ethiopian highland Red Sea language. You know what I'm saying? But the northern branches, would have been, would have made partially the Mediterranean. Some would have went different directions, but some of them northern Uritic groups, you know what I'm saying, would have been partially part of what we know as Mediterranean culture. You know what I'm saying? They would have been the parent, like one of the parent groups.
Right.
Right, and include, like, it's mostly in Northern Africa. I mean, most of the language in Northern Africa, right?
Yeah, like Algeria, Libya, Tunisia, Morocco.
Yeah. Corey got a little more work to do on that one.
Just a little bit.
But shoot, what's been going on, man? I'm getting back kind of late. I see the steam is dwindling down. We got 57. You've been rocking for a while. You want to go longer, Brendan?
No, it's up to you guys. You know, if you guys want to close it out, you know, this is, you know, we've been going since earlier today, right? So we had it's been an all day sort of affair what we've been doing today, right? So
Yeah, and we gotta say something. I think we're gonna do the
If we
two-part
want to,
show on
like
Sunday.
one of these days, I want to do a presentation myself on actually like the human migration to Afro-Asiatic and what like some of the people would have looked like. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh, that would be good.
Yeah.
But you're gonna hurt some feelings though, GT. I'm telling you that right now.
Yeah, and you know you're gonna have to do something on the Iberian Marusian because a lot of people don't know what the Iberian.
Yeah.
They don't really understand that, so you gotta, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I can go into all that. Like,
You gotta make
like
them.
me
You gotta make
and
them.
Ngozi can. Yeah, we could do a show together. I got maps and all that shit. We
We gotta
could put it
make them
together.
like snackables. You know what I'm saying? The way they, you know, what I'm saying, just good. I mean, enough to fill their belly, they can really get it.
right.
You know what I mean? Not waste any of the food. Really.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Give them a little bit piece by piece.
But you know,
Yeah.
Unc is starting up the movies with the pseudo killers on Sundays, right? So maybe we can slide that in before his Sunday afternoons movies, right?
Yeah,
I
Maybe
could do
something
that.
we're
like
gonna do
that.
the Obanga, not the Obanga, the Mboli video on Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I could
so
do that. I
something
could do
like
that.
that.
Yeah.
You know, maybe do it before then, and then slide into the Sunday afternoon movies with the pseudo killers. Because I think that's more of like a chill day where everybody just sits back, you know, take notes, right? Sort of prep for that Monday Night Madness conversation, right? So I think that'll be a really good conversation, man.
Yeah, listen, but that'll Mboli video about at least a couple hours though.
Oh yeah.
It's two part. It's two parts.
parts, bro. They're gonna take us a couple hours for the video, then we gotta go over it and comb through. Like shit, that's gonna take a while.
Then we got the DI video too.
Yeah, I need to watch Dion.
But you know what? We anytime you want to do it, if you want to just let us know. Hey, we can open up the platform and just let it go, and we just if it's a Saturday afternoon or a Sunday or whatever, and just let it go, man. Open up the panel and let people sort of dialogue with it. I don't have a problem with that, for sure.
Yeah. So I've been home lately.
Mm-hmm.
He's for a little while. I got about a good little few days in, and I'm gonna be gone for a good little minute. So when I'm posted, I'm like, shit, let's just crank it up.
Yeah. Especially this is getting ready. We're in the heat of the summer, right? So it's probably in the next couple of weeks. I know I got some business travel scheduled here and some relatives and whatever. But they say all the fellas will be around. We can do that for sure. All right.
Yeah, anytime though. But shout out to the people listening, man. Tuck already got the email, man.
Yeah.
Mikey Kuyu, North African Mike in the building.
I'm gonna put my email back in there. All the prize winners. Send me your information, man. I want to send you the book of your choice, man.
Yeah. Obi-Wan Kenobi in the building is regular. Yeah. Metro Custom. We got Josh popping on real quick.
Hey, check this book out, y'all.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one, Tuck. Blueprint for Black Power.
Global history.
I'll send that over to you. Make sure you put your address or your PO box in there. I'll get that over to you, brother.
Who wrote that book, Gullah? I see.
Peter Bellwood wrote this book. I don't agree with Peter Bellwood because he I like overall he dope, you know what I'm saying? But I don't agree with him for as the Afroasiatic origins because he one of the dudes that followed the Milledrift school, you know what I'm saying? He think it started in Asia or the Levant. But you know, it's you know what I'm saying, it probably is a confusion because the agricultural part of it, because the language family did take a shift. You know what I'm saying? It became more, neophyte in the Levant, and then, you know what I'm saying, they came back in the continent, you know what I'm saying, overlapping the some of the older branches, you know what I'm saying, with that new style of agriculture.
Yeah.
I go with the more that I go like I'm with Arid and Paul Newman them when it comes to that shit, you know what I'm
saying? Yeah. I've been combing through the Arab book. I've been doing that one slowly. Like normally I go through a book like in a couple of days, but that's not the type of book you can just go through like that. Spread, like I said, and it's in linguistic format. So familiarizing myself with the languages, you know what I mean? How the terminology and shit. Cause I had never heard anything. You Uthraic speakers. I'm like, God damn, like what? I gotta look shit up. You know what I'm saying?
Look, I wouldn't even recommend going. Like I wouldn't even recommend going in that direction, Sosa, because that's definitely harsh and definitely
already started now, Melvin. It's too late. I've already began.
I know. Look, I would recommend start with English. I'm serious. I know it feels like why, but it's so that you understand the process.
No. I ain't trying to get the linguistic. I'm just trying to get an argument.
You just want to know the history.
His history and the argument. Yeah, come on.
Yeah, you really, you know the
you start getting down to them consonants and vowel breakdowns.
Yeah.
I really feel like
the Uridic people are your typical, Horners, like the Somali type, the Habesha, the Cushitic group. You know what I'm saying? The curly head, aquiline featured, dark skinned niggas. You know what I'm saying? Them niggas. They're Uridic.
I think that just means Red Sea. I think that just means Red Sea anyway. So, if I ain't mistaken.
Yeah.
You threat?
Yeah, it's Red Sea.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I can't. I started to figure it out because when it gets to terms of agriculture, when the people start mixing in, then even though it's a little bit language, I kind of know what's going on based on some of the history. You know what I mean? When they talk about the grain collection and shit and coming in contact with you thread speakers, like then I start to pick out
and them and the knowledge of herrings intertwined.
And I'm like, okay, I know where we at. I can, you know what I mean?
And did you peep with the part where he mentioned like the Niger Kaddofians had split with the Kaddofian and the Niger Congo? They was in the east, but the Niger Congo went west and the Kaddofians stayed east.
Hey, but because I was looking at Christopher Arid though, he get a lot of backlash though for the linguistic archaeology type.
Yeah.
But he backed it up. Read the end of chapter 2 where he backed it up. When he talk about them Semitic linguistics and motherfucker, they don't be recognizing the other shit. They be still going with that. They just following in line with the sheep and shit. You know what I'm saying?
But there's a lot of people that like if you just want to look at reviews and articles that respond to Arid's hypothesis, there's a lot of people that disagree with him a lot. But
they be kind of thinking, they be like his dates sometimes.
Right.
Some of his dating, like they be like, nah, you pushing shit like a little too far back. Like,
but the thing is though, is other linguists that may have disagreed with him, but have actually done the work, have actually made the comparisons, and have actually tried to vet a lot of his comparisons. They end up agreeing with him in some instances. So yeah. I think
and then, but he was like, even he said in certain part, like he was like, we ain't got the archaeological evidence to back this up yet, but I predict that when we do, like so, some of the stuff. I mean, I still like the dude though. I'm wrong. I'm just saying, like you know what I mean, because I always read the person's review just to see what the temperature of the room is on it, but.
You ever read a review on John Claude and Bowling?
Hell no.
Shit, that's crazy.
Shit. I tried to find. I couldn't even find. Like the whole internet was scrubbed. All I see is a SAR and Hotep.
I remember a couple years back we had a Facebook conversation, and he was saying how he showed his book to some European professors about Afro-Asiatic and his book, you know what I'm saying? And he said their jaw dropped when they read his book. Now I just think that's cap. I was like, shit, which professor did that? Which scholar jaw dropped to the floor when he read your book? Like, but he never told me, of course. You know what I'm saying? He'll probably talk about it in his next book, maybe his third book or fourth book. I don't know. I ain't never seen it.
Oh, his jaw dropped. They jaw dropped, and it was like, hell nah. They unfriend him and shit.
Social.
Hey, y'all in the chat. Hey, you got everybody in the chat. Put a 1 in there if you want to do one more book giveaway. Let's just put one more in the chat. We want to do one more question. So we gave away 2 really good texts. Put 1 in the chat if you want to do one more question.
What books y'all gave away so far?
We've got Blueprint for Black Power. That's for Tuck. And
okay.
I'm still waiting for my homie YG, right, for his selection. Right, for whatever you want. I would like to give away hard copies to put something on your shelf, right? Because PDFs, that's too easy, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
let's do some
I
hard
definitely give away some keys, to the library. So yeah,
right.
Just let me know.
Tuck, you wanted an antique, didn't you?
Oh yeah. It's a good one though, right? It's
an
oldie but a goodie. You
could have get some damn DNA and genetics up in them, but I ain't mad at you.
Right.
Hey,
I want to give the last question to our team Osiris.
Hold on, let Gullah ask the question. Go ahead.
Yep, for sure. Go ahead.
What is it? What you saying, bro?
No, I want to ask him a question. It's also a question.
Yeah.
You done? You read the book? You read chapter 2 yet?
Eric's book?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You read like the note, the little brown notes where he was talking about the he was talking about like the back notes of Afroasiatic. It was like he quoted, it's a Soy Kenyatta, Paul Newman, and he and himself, they wrote like this journal. It's available, it's a free PDF. I can give it to you too. It's called Origins of Afroasiatic. Read that.
Yeah, I ain't seen that shit. I'm at a different computer too, so I can't pull it up, but I ain't seen that.
Oh, you read it from the PDF.
It's in that PDF file. I forgot how I got it. I think somebody sent it to me.
Because I got the actual book. The book I got is the second edition. The second edition was redone like in 2016, so it got different stuff in there.
Oh yeah. I don't think I think I got the older one.
But I got the actual article that he referenced from those notes. It's like chapter 2 is the notes of chapter 2. He go into there, but I can give it to you. He actually responds to Jared Diamond and Bell Wood, the dude that got the migration book. He actually responds.
I want to see that one. I definitely want to see the respond to Jared Diamond because that's you know how we was having issue with this. I was like, this.
Him, Soy Kenyatta, and Paul Newman respond to them, and they, because they go with the Milledrift movement, where they, they go with the Levant origin. You know what I'm saying? They going with the Deaconoff, African origin, and they break it down cold too.
So Soy Kenyatta agrees with Eric.
Yeah, Chris. Yeah, and Paul Newman.
And Roger Blanche to a certain degree. Roger Blanche agree with him to a certain degree.
Isn't this day for farming in West Africa a little
early?
A little early, bro.
Well, it depends, because I would say, the advanced version of agriculture was a little early, but I mean, the West Africans been farming yams for quite a while, so they were doing that, and they were manipulating the palm oil tree and something else I can't remember off the top of my head, but yeah, yams and that oil. That oil tree.
The yams are actually newer, but they've been
dealing
with
what's the other stuff DT when you was reading on your channel? I think it's like millet or something.
What is this?
No,
sorghum. Well, is it the sorghum?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, read.
It's pearl, millet, and rice. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The Niger Godolphin has been dealing with that for a long time in the Green Sahara, bro. You know what I'm saying?
You can catch that off of Geechee Gullis channel, the Book of Al Jahid, where we and him actually go through and read the wiki on that, and it actually breaks down like that's what they was doing. Also, they were eating what's the bird that looked like chicken? What's that bird, Geechee?
Oh, guinea fowls.
Guinea fowl, yeah.
And also the guinea fowl is also the symbol for at the Nihe bird that they be talking about that's in Nubia, because the Nilo's Arabs were dealing with that bird too. Actually, the Kadofians brought it into the Nile area. You know what I'm saying? The Nuba Hills. You know what I'm saying? The Kadofian speakers, they actually Niger Congo speakers. They're like the only family group that's in that Nile basin today. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I don't got that book in front of me. So, what was the date he put for performing in West Africa? You remember? I don't got his book in front. I'm on a different name, different PC.
Is it language and archaeology?
Huh? Chris, that book?
Yeah, I think one is I gotta look it up real quick. I got it on PDF.
I gotta get some of his stuff, man.
Archaeology. Yeah, me and Mel got a whole library full of like Roger Blanch and Christopher Aird, some of everything.
So I tell you, brother.
Yeah,
he said, let's see. Let me pull this up.
You know, while you guys pulling that up, my man Gullah Geechee just gave you guys a context clue to the last question, right? So we're the last question is like, what's the name of the Soviet linguist, right? That did the first historical comparative grammar of the Afrasian, right? This is what the Soviets called it, the Afrasian languages that was published in the 1960s. So whoever can put the name of the Soviet linguist, right, that did that, you'll be the winner of the third book, and just let us know. I'll put my my Gmail in there. Either give me your address or your P.O. box, and I'll send you your book of choice to your location. Again, the Soviet linguist, the first historical comparative grammar of the Afrasian languages, who published that in the 1960s.
Y'all find it.
It's a little tougher one, right? That's a little
Yeah,
tougher.
matter of fact, they got a whole school. They call it the I give them a hint. It's called the
his name. It's called his name. Don't give it this.
Wait, it's not a name. They call it the Moscow School of Comparative Linguistics.
Yeah. You're right.
So I ain't
Also,
gonna be I ain't give the name away.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you're right. It's the
also,
Moscow
I want
School.
to tell the audience, could they follow
the old
could
USSR,
they follow my
right?
Instagram page? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah,
I want to tell the audience, could they follow my Instagram page, Old Dude Root Work Kitchen. You know what I'm saying? It's a medical herbal business, CBD. You know what I'm saying? Treats and all that type of stuff. Check it out.
Not Greenberg, Thurman. Not Greenberg.
Is it Greenberg a Russian now?
Somebody said Miltrev. Oh, you're getting close. You're warming up. Six Finger. You're warming up.
Yeah, because I know like someone like the standard had always been before that, right? 3,000 BC. Yeah, but Christopher Aird, I think, pushed it back, if I'm not mistaken, at least a couple thousand years before that. He pushed it back a little far. That's what I was trying to get. I don't have his text in front of me. I was trying to get what his argument was. You find it, Gullah, Josh, or not?
Again, it's that linguist that was looking at the Afrocentrics side-eyed the other day. Remember we had the picture of him? He was looking at us quite side-eyed.
You find a Gullah.
Now, what you tell me to look for?
I was trying to find what because the standard
Yeah,
before
I got the
2000
book.
BCE.
I'm just trying to find.
And Christopher Ehret had posited another date that was, I think it was way before that.
You talking about for what?
Agriculture in West Africa.
Oh yeah, I think he go like 90 like 9500 BCE somewhere around there.
Like that's a drastic switch from
Yeah, but he even said they was collecting wild. He said they was collecting wild grains before they actually start practicing it. Like when the weather.
I see it. I got it right here. But in the southeastern Sahara, actually I can pull this up so you guys can see it. This is 27. Yeah, I found it. Let me share my screen. Podcast.
Hey, Brandon, anybody
What you say?
Say what, Joshua? I think we stumped him with that last question.
Oh, you're in the Matrix, Josh. I think Josh in the Matrix. That's why
He's breaking up. He's breaking up a bit.
But yeah, in that book, he was just breaking down like they, you know what I'm saying, they were still grain collecting, wild grain collecting. He was breaking down the pottery, you know what I'm saying, because that pottery do go back that far, you know what I'm saying.
All right, here we go. Africa for the agriculture age, 16,000 and 9,000 BCE right here. Page 27, ice age right here. But in the southeastern Sahara, the Middle East and southeastern Asia, certain local communities of 95,000 and 7,000 BCE took these processes a step further, and they began for the first time to add their food resources by taking deliberate care of a few of their local animals and plants, tending and protecting them from dangers of nature. And he talks about the domestication of the animals. And he says here, among peoples of the southeastern Sahara, it's like grain crop, sorghum, that gained their first importance, while the Middle Easterners turned to the cultivation of wheat and barley.
Yeah, I got specific too. I forgot it was between 8,000 and 5,000 BC. People in at least three more distinct regions in the world move separately. And go up a little bit more, man. Let's see what he says after that. After that last paragraph, then let's see what he says.
Yeah, it talks about the ice age.
Other way.
Oh, this one?
Yeah. Keep going. Right there, real quick.
Yeah, it talks about the natives here. Native Americans.
Before 6,000 BCE. But I don't think he's not calling necessarily farming. Third, which may have considered several Americans.
But he mentions yam here.
Plant domestication. So he's saying two of these regions were located in sub-Saharan Africa. The third, which may have consisted of several interactive centers of plant domestication, land the Americas. In the woodland savannas of West Africa, local communities commenced to shift
to food production way of life. So before 6,000
BCE.
By changing over from the collecting to the deliberate cultivation of several indigenous African species of yam, probably almost early in time, another group of African peoples residing far away to the east in high rainfall areas of the Ethiopian highlands innovated a quite different agriculture based on utilization of the insect plant, which is similar to the appearance of the banana plant.
Yes, that's like damn near he doubled it down there.
Yeah. Let's see.
Not Harold Fleming, Malcolm. Another hint, we actually referenced him when we were talking about the biblical references for the phylum, the names of the phylums. We were actually we had his text shared on the screen. It's just another clue.
Right, you got these folks struggling.
Oh yeah. This is the last one. You know, you can't give them all softballs, right? You know.
Josh, I don't know if you're still there, but your mic was you was on
We just let him back in. He just joined back in.
Oh, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, what happened now?
I said your mic was in the matrix before. Yeah, so he doubled it. He doubled it to 6,000 BCE.
But he said, yeah, Mr. Cole. Geechee, could you if you're still there, I'm gonna start screen sharing.
So he's putting Yan as the earliest.
Yeah, but that may not be as accurate.
Yeah, because it's hard to track yams as far as the
Geechee, what was the
record.
what was the article you used for like early farming in West Africa? If you're there.
It's on Wiki's
Remember the Wiki?
prehistoric. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's prehistoric West Africa.
Gotcha. Put it up right now.
Malcolm, you're funny. He said Vladimir. Pretty much that covers like half of all the males in Russia, right? Unfortunately, not this one. It's the other name, right?
It was Stalin.
It's Vladimir and then the other.
Stalin and Lenin.
Vloshnikov.
For sure. You know, it's like only like 3 or 4, male names they use over there. For sure.
Yeah. I was trying to find. Let me find the stuff. Some of the other issues.
Yep.
That they were having. Some of the arguments.
All right. I'll go ahead and give it to you guys. It's our old buddy Igor Diakonov.
Yep.
I'm surprised that you guys didn't remember this. Gullah mentioned it right before I asked the question. Right? I was hoping that he wouldn't, but he provided a little context clue. This is Igor Diakonov. This is, he's important because this is one of those early foundational works, right? In terms of Afro-Asiatic. They called it, Afrasian, but this is the term preferred by the Russians. Right? They call it Afrasian as opposed to Afro-Asiatic. But yeah, check out this early work.
A lot of the Russians still call it Hamito-Semitic.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. They didn't let that go.
Oh yeah. Yeah. They have their own terms. Yeah, it's they coin their own things, right?
Yep. Yep. Hey Sosa. I found it. If you go to prehistoric West Africa in Wiki,
he's still looking side-eyed. He's looking side-eyed at us.
Prehistoric West African Wiki.
Yeah, and then go to 45,000 to 4,500 to 3,500 BP.
Hey, look, I wanna share something out of Mbola's book.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go for it.
The mysterious book written in French.
They're gonna actually watch the probably part 1 on Sunday.
On Sunday,
yeah. So they're gonna do that. But yeah, I was letting them know we still have the I think the way Zoom used to work back then, they used to put like the avatars on the right side and push the screen share over. So we still have that PowerPoint for both of the shows. So if you guys want to go over that, we can as well.
And where would you show me in the wiki?
I'll show you right now. Let me show you screen.
Oh, okay. Yeah, is it countering what Eric proposed?
Hold on a second. All right, so this is prehistoric West Africa. You go over here to pastoral Neolithic in the contents and 4.4, which is 45 to 35. And it talks about, like right here, the desertification of the Green Sahara. And it talks about pastoralists and agro-pastoralists. But right under it talks about the type of tame crops that existed there. And that's for me and Gitu talking about pear millet. I forgot cowpea and oil palm. This is like some of the stuff that they were pretty much eating in those shelters. And then later on, it talks about in the southern parts of the region near Kentampo, they started messing with yams. So yeah, that date for yams is a little too high.
Yeah, and that's some of the critique that kind of Eric found himself in sometime. It was like sometimes they be disagreeing with some of his dates. They be like sometimes pushing this shit way too far.
Right, because you got to think about it. Prior to this, the Sahara was still in its last phases. So they were still hunter gatherers. There would be no need to learn farming until it dries up.
Right. Yeah.
So
for sure. Yeah, that was just some of the stuff I'm counting on. Like shit. That's why I was like, I'm still gonna go through it. But then we still got to take it into consideration that the differences of opinion. Definitely.
Right,
Josh.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Like, we gotta give credit to the fact that science is constantly ever evolving. When he wrote this book, this is back in 2002. That's like 20 years ago.
Yeah, and the cow study wasn't like because even he still had the African the Sahara. I think me and Gullah was going back and forth on that one in terms of the cow domestication origin.
Yep.
Go ahead, Josh. Would you do it?
Yeah, hold on. Let me share the screen. This is okay, since we talk about like archaeology and linguistics and historical record, I want to share. No, that's the wrong thing. Damn. Oh, there we go. Share screen. All right. Can y'all see this?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh man.
Dropping a bomb on us. Uh-oh.
Yeah, y'all go.
Yeah. Translation. Stop
yeah,
it.
Yeah.
Where you get this from? Where you get this from?
Man, what 2 years, man? Was it 2 years, bro?
Two whole years away from our lives, bro.
Man.
Get a snapshot of this Google Doc location.
You never get that.
2 whole years, bro.
We putting this in the vault, boy.
Late nights, man.
Trying to figure out. We got French speakers don't understand what type of French he talking. They trying to figure out what he trying to say. Man, it was a task. But right here, this is what I want to show. It's highlighted right here.
Read out paragraph, bro.
Okay. All right. So it says Theophile Obenga has thus created a true school of African linguistics, whose major concern is the exploration of the Africa past by way of the linguistic written documents being in the most cases non-existent. This school, which relies only and totally on the comparative method, has already proved conclusively the genetic relatedness of Egyptian, former, and several other African Negro languages. What had glimpses of Miss Hamburger, and we're gonna talk about Miss Hamburger because she might be the godmother of
Negro Egyptian.
Yes.
Oh, Miss
Hamburger.
Yeah. Right. Write that down, Sosa.
Yeah.
Miss Hamburger.
And I didn't. We'll get into that later on. But without, however, making a definitive proof, it is hardly necessary to mention that the results thus attained are in perfect agreement with the facts, archaeological and cultural currently available. So when they say, hey, you can't use archaeology and genetics and this and that, where right here in this book, I think this is like the first chapter, his general introduction, he says that the contents, he's saying that the Negro Egyptian model is corroborated and is in perfect agreement with the archaeological and cultural facts currently
So he
available.
doesn't throw those out.
Oh no.
Ebola doesn't.
No, sir.
That.
No, sir.
Hey, Josh, go to that footnote. He says number 4, go down.
Oh yeah. Let's see.
4 explains the population of ancient Egypt and the decryption of the writing Meroitic Acts.
UNESCO.
Yep, acts as the colloquium of the Cairo in 1974 Paris UNESCO.
Yep.
1978, or more recently, Corbusier, Janin, Miriam Reynez, the Necropolis pre-dynastic. Yeah, so he's talking about that UNESCO conference.
Yep. So, okay, let me see. Do I want to go on to the next thing?
Yeah, you can.
Hold on.
They get a little gift while they're here, you know.
All right.
Yeah, we got to put this into the pseudo killer's intelligence.
Because they were saying like Miss Holmberg had set it up, and
clandestine information.
Theophilo Banger picked up the torch of Holmberg.
Diop, actually, I would say Diop was next.
Diop. Oh, okay. Then Theophile refined Diop.
So Holmberg is the predecessor to all of it.
Yes, Ms. Holmberg.
But Brenda, if y'all can watch the Diop video we did before y'all get to that.
I watched that one tomorrow.
Please watch that because that'll help you understand.
Yeah, and for people saying that Diop proved that Wolof was connected with ancient Egyptian, that is so far from the truth. Like, it's
Shaka, we at Shaka. I know Shaka.
Hey, Josh, tell him how many daggone Wolof speakers we had to get together. And
we had a whole what was it? What do you call that app? Was it WhatsApp? WhatsApp.
Oh,
yeah.
WhatsApp group. Hey,
we had a whole WhatsApp.
We couldn't tell them what we was reading because we automatically knew that they would be a little bit biased. So we had to keep it real generalized.
All right. So like to put it in perspective, what we did was we added a lot of Wolof speakers from the continent, and I would take phrases from Diop's book, right? And Diop said that this phrase in Wolof is directly connected to a phrase in ancient Egyptian. So I would copy and paste the Wolof phrase and let them read it, and they didn't understand what the hell the phrase meant, like, at all. They were like, "Can you show me the text that you were reading?" I was like, "No, I can't show you that because I want you to see what I'm talking about."
I don't want to.
The moment you show it to, it goes out the window. Like they bias show it.
Right.
So.
Cause no disrespect to Sheikh Ata Diop, like he's deified, especially over there in Senegal. You know what I'm saying? Like he's bona fide in my book for other things that he did. But when it comes to this, no, he definitely was off target. You know what I'm saying?
It's that old ethnographic term. It says that you taint the answer by asking the question. You know?
Right.
So you have to be very careful how you ask the question, right? So you don't want to, for sure.
Right. All right. So, So going back to Mboli, remember now, he said is hardly necessary to mention that the results thus attained are in perfect agreement with the archaeological and cultural facts currently available. This is what he said. Okay. So let me see. This is the current situation, you know what I'm saying, of all the 6 main branches of his Negro Egyptian model, the 6 main languages that he used to prove Negro Egyptian in his book. So you got Hausa, spoken in, Nigeria, Niger, and Chad. You got Sango. The interesting thing about Sango being spoken in Central Africa is that it's a pidgin. It's not even a quote unquote an inherited language. It was created in like the 1800s when the Belgians, when they came to Africa, and I think they received the Central African Republic. So they had a lot of rubber mills and plants and stuff like that. And what they would do is recruit a lot of Africans from the area to work on these plantations and whatnot. And these Africans didn't necessarily speak the same exact language. So they created something called Sango. And Sango was created in the 1800s. And why he would try to connect Sango with ancient Egyptian is beyond me. Sango was go ahead, bro.
So real quick, you see how Josh proved to influence how the pidgin of Sango was created, yet there's no influence between Sango and ancient Egyptian. Like, just the methodology itself is complete wrong. Right. You have no influence. None.
Right, and it was documented. Like this is the backstory, the background of why Sango even came about. It didn't come about because they were saying Hotep in the Nile Valley. It came about because these African workers along the Ubangian River basin were working for the Belgians, I think, and they didn't speak the exact same language, so they came up with a Pidgin language called Sango. You know what I'm saying? In the 1800s. So it's like. And I want to get into something else, so I'm gonna keep on going though. But see, you got Zonde, which is, I think that's in Bowley's native tongue. Like besides French, Zonde is his native tongue, and Sango is also spoken there too. So then you got the Somali language, East Africa. Then you got and this is another thing too. He has Middle Egyptian and Coptic as separate languages, which like on the basis, this is so flawed as far as his method. Because you have a Pidgin and you have two languages that are presumably descended from one another. You got them separated as separate languages.
That's the daughter, right?
And keep in mind, he's saying that they occur at the same. All of these languages have occurred over the same time period, which is like, how is it possible if you understand that the late Egyptian and even Ptolemaic Egyptian comes in after Middle Egyptian before Coptic comes up.
Right.
He not only dies from showing no influence from any of these things, but he's also dying from the timeline alone.
Is he doing the same thing though? The Coptic ran congruent with the
yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Matter of fact, like, I mean, you don't even have a Coptic language until the Greco-Roman period.
Exactly. At the Ptolemaic period.
And this right here shows you why none of them guys speaks about history, archaeology, migration. They say, "Oh, you can't use that." You can't use
all that out, right?
Yeah. Of course. Yeah, it's like you can't use it because it totally destroys your whole model. That's why you can't use it. I can use it, but you can't.
Ask me for a timeline.
Oh
yeah,
no.
That's why I said when I used to listen to the linguistic argument, she was over a lot of niggas' head, so you can't really dig into the history. But once y'all did the show on it, and then I'm like, hold on, and then you get to arguing like, yo, that shit is batshit crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like this shit is like absurd in certain areas. Like, God damn.
It is quite absurd. But put it like this: if archaeology, genetics, and history and migration patterns were on their side, you best believe that they will use the shit.
Exactly.
So you know what I'm saying. All right. So so anybody out there, the people who's watching the show or whatever, like, if you can show me anything that can corroborate the maps on the left, because these maps on the left are what in Bowley, what he postulates as the migration patterns of the proto, like Negro Egyptians, like the early phase, which is at the top, and then the second phase. So all you have is what we call endemic diffusion. You know what I'm saying? It's like all these people are right here in the highlands of Ethiopia, and then all of a sudden they just exploded and just left. You had the Somalians, the Coptics went north, Sango speakers went southwest. Like
Wolof speakers came out the Horn of Africa.
Right. Look. I mean, the Wolof speakers, they got on either airplane or they took the subway or something and went straight to goddamn Senegambia. Like, it's just ridiculous on his face. And then the second phase.
Hey, Coptic came from the south.
Yeah, like, come on, bro. Like, and he has a band, the Bantu, the para-Bantu or pre-Bantu or proto-Bantu. He has them situated in Ethiopia also.
There you guys go using geography. You can't use that.
You can't use geography. Yo, it's terrible. Like no one with a basic understanding of African history can corroborate this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care how much you like these guys and how much you root for them. You know what I'm saying? That's cool and all, but ask them to just give you a migration pattern. Just give it to you. Don't draw a map. Like, tell us how it happened, because from the looks of it,
and then give a timeline. You see here on the timeline, there's times on the language families on the right, and one thing you notice is everything here is 10,000 BCE and up. You don't even see Bantu on this map because it didn't exist at that time.
Too far back. And another thing too, these routes are totally illogical because back then, we didn't have plumbing. Okay, contrary to popular demand, they didn't have plumbing back then, so they had to hug the nearest body of water. It might have been the Nile, it might have been the Benue River, it might have been the Niger River, it might have been the Blue Nile, the White Nile, the Ubangan River, et cetera, et cetera. So like he's just saying that these people just walk through the forest. You know what I'm saying?
Just get the dipping on niggas.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all watched Dragon Ball Z. They did an instant transmission, like Goku or some shit. You know what I'm saying? And just ended up in Senegambia, like eat a couple of sensu beans and boom, they back. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know, bro. But
this is Mboli. This is Mboli right here.
On the left, yes, sir. It's straight out of his book, straight out.
Yep.
And to the right, who's to the right?
I believe it's either Roger Blanch or Christopher Eric.
For sure.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
wow.
Yep. See, and another thing we talked about in the video, this is probably the last thing I'm gonna touch on, but
you might even want to skip that one. Say that one for the video.
So say that. All right.
Yeah, don't bring all your missiles out of your silo at one time. Let us digest some of this. For sure.
Say that for because once they hear it and they read it and they see the maps, they'll get it. So.
But that's why I tell you I keep going back because when I saw what y'all did, I went back to saw a Hermstein video.
Oh my God!
And I understood why he needed Hermstein too. And I kind of heard their dialogue, and he was of the same mindset with the Bantu. I was like, wow.
So when y'all looked at Hermstein,
look, you just I forgot we did address the Negro Egyptian with the Indo-European. Go back. Yeah.
Hey, what was Hermstein back? I was trying to find his what does he do, like expertise?
Yeah, go over this real quick, and then you can go up to the Hermstein. This is the next book.
Oh, Jean-Claude. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it was page 518. To our great surprise, it is the reverse. So he's talking about he's touching on Nostratic, and Nostratic is Indo-European, Afro-Asiatic, and it's I think Kurtavilian, Uralic language families, huge language families of that. They all tied together in something called
hypothesized by Greenberg, I believe.
Yeah, Greenberg hypothesized, but it existed before him. But yeah, it is the evidence for that is just almost non-existent. Like they postulate a lot of stuff, but it's so far-fetched. It has a date of 20,000 years, 30,000 years. Like it's way too far back in history.
But yeah, how are you gonna determine what was spoken around those times?
Yeah. So basically, what he's saying is the opposite. It's the Negro Egyptians that ventured out into the Middle East and around the Black Sea and gave the Indo-Europeans basic vocabulary and grammar and stuff like that. So
but look, the key
blackology.
The key word is the key phrase. The roots of Indo-European can be considered as borrowed from Negro.
Okay, so borrowing happens in a couple of environments. You have the best example. You have those early advanced agricultural groups. You know what I'm saying? At the baseline, they are more advanced than the hunter and gatherer groups. There's people that still foraging and stuff like that. So then you throw in the Indo-Europeans creating the wheel and taming horses, and they have livestock and all that. You know what I'm saying? When they migrated into Europe and came across archaic Europeans, they dominated those people. You know what I'm saying? You still see the genes of archaic Europeans within modern day Europeans, but they still heavily like paternally R1 R1A and R1B.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But what I'm trying to say is that's how borrowing takes place. It's like it's either trade or commerce, or maybe just one group just totally dominating a war.
Yeah.
So
with influence.
So what did the Negro Egyptians have that the Indo-Europeans, you know what I'm saying, didn't have, and for them to influence them that much to where the basal level of Indo-Europeans were heavily influenced by Negro Egyptians. So
right, and
that doesn't
basal
make
means
sense.
basal just means base.
Doesn't make sense.
Damn.
And by the way, I
this
posted
is a
this.
wrong interpretation. You guys, he didn't ask this question, did he? You sure
No.
He got a book
you
coming
sure
up.
this is the right French? You sure this is right?
He didn't ask a question. He made a declaration. He declared that.
No, I call it an assertion in question form.
Yes. Okay.
Right.
But I want y'all to know that I posted some of this stuff in Indo-European language groups on Facebook.
Oh God.
And they tore that shit apart.
Hey, we got kicked out.
They do that shit for a living,
Some
bro.
of them groups, Josh. Remember, we got kicked out.
Yeah,
They were like, we were spreading pseudos.
Yeah, they
linguistics. They were like pseudo linguistics. Get them out of here. Like,
yeah, they
like we were trying to do that.
the admins contacted me and said that if I don't stop posting this nonsense in the group, you gonna kick me out. I'm like, okay, wait, okay, I'll stop.
This is why I'm afraid. This is why I'm afraid to ask linguists these kind of questions.
Like,
no, I can't ask this.
Well, bro, out of experience, I wouldn't do it. I think
I'm not gonna ask them.
Yeah, because
I'll tell you this.
They don't take that shit seriously, bro. Like, I'm gonna be honest.
When it comes to academia,
and it's a shame. It's a shame. You can't even ask these kind of questions because it's so
when it comes
absurd.
to when it comes to academia, so they have a structure for things, and if things don't necessarily fit the format or fit the structure of validation, then they dismiss it. They don't waste time. Academia does not waste time on pseudo. They dismiss it. They don't even address it.
At all.
They don't even address it.
They're quick to put you in a box and not answer any of my emails. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna risk
They
that.
just block you and don't say nothing.
Yeah, exactly. He's like,
right.
This Brendan guy. He's a pseudo.
Like they're still trying to figure out some key components of Indo-European. They're still trying to debate what you call I think it's an ablaut, which is basically a vowel in front of a word that changes the meaning of a word, or I can't remember correctly, but they still debating stuff like that. Like it's highly debated. Like some of the classifications, the sub classifications of the branches of Indo-European are still contested. The homeland is somewhat contested, but the Kurgan hypothesis has archaeology and genetics on its side currently. So that's the leading hypothesis with Indo-European. So no, they ain't got time to talk about John Claude Mbola. Who was that? Some electrician from what? He did who? Okay. Yeah, they don't have time for that. So let me see. Page 589. It says, I think it's Martin. Wait, somebody calling me. Hold on. Hey, I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, so I'll read this here.
Very interesting.
Yeah, I'll read this here. It says Martinet even recognizes that this linguary is probably a compound word, but no etymology Proto-Indo-European can be established. We must therefore use the word Negro-Egyptian.
We must. He's like, yep. He's like, well, he's like, look, okay, a gap. Oh, bet.
Right. Y'all can't prove
Egyptian, baby.
Y'all can't prove Proto-Indo-European. We just slide Negro.
All right, I'm back.
Hey, I read the first sentence.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
We must
oh yeah.
For you Negro Egyptian to the rest, baby.
Yo, man. Hey, it's what we talk about, the God of the gaps. Like if some evidence is missing or there's some gaps in the science, hey, let's insert my bullshit right there. Shit, why not? What you gonna say? Ain't nothing else there. You know what I'm saying? Nothing's occupied that space. Why not throw some Negro Egyptian shit up in there? You know. But he was wrong because there is some Proto-Indo-European reflexes of tongue.
Exactly.
And I got them listed to the left. And matter of fact, this is UT, this University of Texas. They have a wonderful linguistics program. You know what I'm saying?
University of Rice.
Yeah, University of Rice.
Brown University is pretty good.
UCLA, Berkeley.
Definitely. Harvard's good, but people always use Harvard Online. Harvard Online is very, very different from Harvard classes. And people don't understand that. They think they can just go to Harvard Online, take their linguistic courses, but no, you need to actually go through the university program. Okay, here's Nostratic that was proposed, but you save that for the video because we talked about how Nostratic is. Again, there's no information on that, but he talks about that.
All right, I do. Okay, one thing that all these guys have in common is why they chose the languages that they chose for. Where is it? Why they chose these particular languages for their comparisons. And it has something to do with what do they call it? Is it ethnocentricity? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's like you didn't choose to compare these languages with Egyptian because they could be related. You chose it on the grounds of this is my language, this is my nationality, this is my native tongue, and I want to prove that it's connected to ancient Egypt. And every last one of them do that. Like Chang Anta Diop, he was the first Wolof Egyptian. You got John Claude Mboli, Zonde and Sango, his native tongue. Who else? I think even Netanel works with this guy from Nubia who speaks
Dr. Sadi.
Dr. Sadi. Yeah. He speaks a Nubian language, and of course he tries to link the Nubian languages to ancient Egyptian.
Old Nubian, Dangalawi. Yep.
Yeah. So
we're gonna touch on that. Then we're gonna get that taken care of. So.
I'm see, can I find that quote though? I need to find it.
What's the quote?
About why? Oh yeah, this is a good one right here. Okay, so on the left is Mboli. This concordance to the time, the morphological, lexicological, syntactic, and extremely singular is impossible to establish between Egyptian and any Semitic and Berber languages, page 84. It can be seen that the visually striking likeness between the Egyptian pronoun Semitic and Berber indicates no kinship since it stops at the phonetic level, and that's a lie. The different morphemes not having the same functions nor the same positions in the different groups. Even at this level, phonetic purely cannot speak of the matches because no rule of matches has been previously established in order to exclude the random and the borrowing. And that's so far from the truth. Like, I don't want to say he's lying, but either he's not hip to the previous research prior to his book coming out, or he didn't bother to read it, or he's lying. I don't know.
He likely didn't bother to read it.
Right.
And he's lying. Yeah, I'm gonna give him both.
Because I think Sosa, you read it in Christopher Ayers' work, and even though Christopher Ayers is not the first to say this, but he does say that there is an affinity between the northern branches of Afroasiatic, and a lot of Afroasiatic scholars corroborate that. They say, yeah, there is a what they call shared innovations between Semitic, Berber, and Egyptian. Like a lot of their grammar, a lot of their words, and even some of the phonetics are different than the southern branches. And I got some other stuff I want to get into, but I'm not gonna get into it tonight. I'm saving that for later. But
you guys can go all night with it. We don't want you guys spilling all of the beans tonight, right?
I can't. Nah, I got. I'm working on something. I'm cooking on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we working on a couple things.
So
yeah,
I can't share too much
because you know what I would really like to see is us really compartmentalize some of these presentations in terms of like, okay, let's target some specific topics, right? And then just sort of nail those down. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, for sure.
But that's why SARS throwing out genetics and
archaeology.
Archaeology, because he's positing positions that can't be substantiated archaeologically.
It can't be corroborated with any other branch of science besides what's in his book. So, another common tactic with a lot of these guys is that they stay in their little bubble, man. Like,
y'all got to read that wiki, pseudoscientific language comparisons, and it identifies the characteristics of people like that, and that's exactly what they do. They stay in their echo chamber, and that's how they move.
They don't engage the peers. They are extremely combative or hostile to criticism. Like, does that sound familiar? Hello, you know what I'm saying? Hey, it is what it is, But on the right here, I forgot what it came from. This came from
it's at the bottom. It says
gotta move my
Tom
shit out
Hawk, Tom Gilderman, H. Hawk, D. Christels, J. Good, and Harold Hammerstrom, The Languages and Linguistics of Africa.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So this is that's the text right there. You guys can go look it up yourself. It said the shared morphology across most of Greenberg's Afroasiatic lineages has been recognized for a considerable time and is without doubt the best individual identifying evidence for the genealogical relatedness of all those groups, where relevant elements can be identified, particularly in the form of a paradigm. The central domain where this is the case is the pronominal marking of person, number, and gender. And pronominal just means pronouns. You know what I'm saying? Although there may be later surveys that have a more extensive historical discussion and incorporate more up-to-date reconstructions. See Zaborski, Simeon Sanel. I cite here the synopsis of Sass. I think Sass is a Cushitic scholar because it gives a good overview concerning the various paradigms and the extent to which the lineages possess them. Not every set is attested in every lineage, but the principle of transitivity of the relatedness establishes that the pronominal series in Cushitic, Semitic, Egyptian, Berber, and less clearly Chadic can be traced back to a Proto-Afro-Asiatic language, page 312. So,
there you go. So you have all these sister tongues. They derive from a mother tongue, and that's what they're saying. And they also started off by saying that morphology that Greenberg proposed is actually the best individual identifying evidence for genealogical or genetic relatedness.
Yes.
So for the people saying that there hasn't been any research done to prove genetic relationships, well, you're late.
Yeah.
You're hella late.
Yep.
You're actually pretty late. You started in the 1950s, 1960s. Like, you're very, very late.
Yeah, you're late. But most of the guys from the Negro Egyptian school, they throw out the morphological and sound correspondences that they say, oh, it's either chance or it's borrowed or it hasn't been done. They clearly lying. Clearly. You know what I'm saying?
It's always it hasn't been done.
Yeah.
Right, but if you got thousands and thousands of comparisons, I mean, what else needs to be said?
Yep.
At some point, you just have to
concede.
Be honest against the weight of the evidence, right? So.
Yeah, just concede. Like, it's over with. Like, I don't even see what's the point.
Don't concede, but double check the work of the consensus. Just do that. And then you'll find out if they're completely flawed within their reasoning. Prove that the relationships don't exist. Don't just make something else up and say that this is the mother to them all. Like, no, you prove that they didn't. You know, like scientists in the field, when there's a case study done and you want to prove that the case study was tainted or that it was improperly done, you run another case study.
Falsified.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And I guess let me just clear it up a bit. Don't pretend the evidence isn't there, right? Deal with the evidence that's been presented. You know what I mean? It's like don't say, okay, well, there is no evidence. Yeah, the evidence has been presented. You know, you can't put your head in the sand, say it's not there, ignore it. Facts are stubborn things. They won't go away because you ignore them.
Right.
Yep.
Hey, Brendan, Reggie in the chat with the link.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me put that in there, brother Reggie.
Yeah, that was some of the issue I was having because even when I hear Sar speak, he's like, "Yeah, I reached out to different languages and I asked for certain things, and they never got back with me." I'm thinking like maybe this didn't take you seriously, bro. They're like, "Yo, I'm not responding to this bullshit." Like,
but one thing I don't like is if you think Christopher Eric is wrong, if you think Igor Diakonoff is wrong, you know what I'm saying, Alexander Militarev, Paul Newman, you think these guys are wrong, they need to know that you think they're wrong. They need to know that. And they don't know that you think they're wrong by you posting YouTube videos and self-publishing books. That's not the proper channels to engage the experts in this field. That's just not how they do. Like these guys don't even have YouTube pages. And Christopher Eric does, but those videos are him at conferences and speaking engagements.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? It's not him. I'm gonna make a response video to so and so.
Right, right. And the
So
best way is contact them through their university email, or
Right. Or attend the conference. Attend the conference.
The conference is probably the best way, right?
I mean, Obinga had discussions with Christopher Eric.
Right.
I give him credit for that. I give him credit for presenting his model.
Link, Reggie.
Yeah, that's what we do. That's what we say he was wrong. Like he actually challenged them. He got to the level and actually made the challenge. He just he lost, but
right. At
least he went there, and went through the proper channels and actually, submitted it.
Right. Right. I think this is the last one right here. This is from page 115, Jean-Claude Mboli. The choice of Sango and Zande is due to the fact that these two languages are spoken in Central African Republic. The first such as a national and official language of the Central African Republic. The second as the language of an ethnic community to which belongs to the author. He's flat out telling you that's why he chose those two languages. And when you look to the right, this came from Mother Tongue, Linguistic Nationalism, and the Cult of Translation in Post-Communist Armenia. It says, in general, nationalists who claim a central role for language in the process of national identity formation do not appeal to such deep levels of language identity correlation. Instead, they often prefer speculations on their own nation's advanced language and cultural achievement in order to gain scientific substantation for their nationalist political constructions. One thing is clear, linguistic theories are often broadly used to reconstruct national histories, especially in relation to prehistoric times, that is, times prior to the transition from oral to literate culture. Similarly, the ethnogenetic constructions language often serves as the only evidence of a society's ethnic roots. And since these roots are widely held to confer a nation some special right to occupy specific territories, language often stands out among the set factors of shaping national identity. Thus, language figures directly or indirectly in a wide range of nationalist phenomena, from speculative myths on national origins to historical claims on a perceived national territory or to a formation and legitimation of irredentist political ideologies. So basically what it's saying is like, yeah, people often misuse languages for ethnogenetic reconstructions of history or some type of retelling of their national history or whatnot. So I just want to throw that out there. I think that's it. I'm done. And that's enough.
I see Reggie showed up for the late night smoke.
You got to unmute his mic if he's talking.
His mic is unmuted.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Turn up a little bit.
Okay. So the Africans are listening to the show, and they have some complaints, and they are flipping the switch and calling you guys pseudo. And so one of the things that they said is that someone said that that Theophilo Benger's work was rejected in 1991. The work that was peer reviewed, the good brother, I'm not going to mention his name, but he said that it was the peer reviewed text was published in 2001, and then he also gave me a list of African scholars that are studying, have written about Negro Egyptian, and I have a pretty large list.
Okay, let's get into it. Hey, Brandon, I'm gonna make you the host though. I'm moving around.
But okay. I have some issues on another front. So here is the book that Theophilo Benger's, and you probably seen it already.
But Reggie, before you start, I just want to get clarity now. So you're defending Negro Egyptian?
No, I'm not defending Negro Egyptian because I don't really study linguistics. I don't, right? So
you're neither for or against it, is what you're saying.
Well, I can't be either for or against it because I don't know enough. I have a series of questions.
Okay.
So I'm gonna share. Think I'm sharing my screen.
He's taking the Wujiao approach.
Yeah, I know. Hey, Reggie,
you make no claims. You don't have to. if you make no claims, you don't have to defend a position.
Hey Reggie, can you turn your mic up just a little bit more?
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Yeah, much better.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna put back up this Theophilo Benger's piece. I haven't read it. It's in French, but y'all let me know if you read it. And I have some other questions because
they got the translator on deck.
Well, yeah, I don't have the whole thing, but I'm pretty sure somebody could pull it up, find it, and pull it up. So, but I'm gonna tell you, there's an African audience, and they do listen to the show, and they do have some concerns about the complete dismissal. The issue is that it's not all Mboli. It's a number of scholars, and I'll mention a few names in a second. But this is the book. This is the work. Did anybody read this book? This work?
No.
Hello?
No. I would definitely like to get my hands on that though.
Right. So this book was peer reviewed in 2001, and this is so whoever said that it was rejected in 1991, whoever said that can't be it, because this is Theophilo Benger's work in 2001.
Who said it was rejected? Well, I guess I wasn't around.
Yeah. So
Chef, I think Chef might have said it, but I mean,
it might have been Chef, right? It might have been Chef. So this is the work, and if I don't know if somebody can Google it and pull it up, but this is Theophilo Benger's work.
You said it was peer reviewed by who?
The author didn't. The person who sent me the information did not tell me who reviewed the work. Wait 1 second. So let me just get back to that, to wherever that was. Let me just see if I could pull it back up. so I have to ask all of you, have this is something that y'all actually have looked at. So I'm sorry, gonna pull it back up again. Don't know what happened. Okay. So can somebody Google it and see if it's out there? But this is the, who speaks French? What does the title say? The Contra, Africanism, Eurocentrist. Anybody speak French?
I know I do.
Nah, they got to translate it.
I don't speak French, but it's the meaning of struggle against Africanism, Eurocentric.
The meaning of what?
Struggle against Africanism, Eurocentric.
Okay, so now these are some of the scholars that did work on Negro Egyptian. So you definitely want to start with Lillian Humberger.
Oh man.
Yeah, we talked to. See, we was about to get into
Antonin Furman, Sheikh Anta Diop, Obenga, Balola. Then there's Gilbert Ngom. There's Kenneth Hartley, Dr. Riketi Amen, Dr. Nasir Sati. Dr. Nasir Sati, I was on a panel with Dr. Nasir on West Africa Beyond with Soy Kita was on it, and Asar was actually on it, and Dr. Issa, Dr. Faraji, Dr. Salua. So there's Dika Aqua. Anybody heard of him?
Can you send me that list? Or put it in the chat, or
are they referenced in this text, or
no? He's saying somebody that sent him that text recommended those people.
Yeah.
Are any of those people linguists within the university field of linguistics?
Yeah, Dr. Dr. Cambone is.
Yeah. I know Cambone, Ghana University. Yep.
Dr. Cambone.
Mm-hmm.
So here is his list. He's doing. I asked him if he can. So all of these scholars have written something about Negro Egyptian. So I'm gonna see if I can send this. Put this.
He said Dr. Cambone wrote about Negro Egyptian.
Negro Egyptian. Yes, he's written something about it. And so what the African scholars are saying, and the people who are looking at some of your comments, I mean, they're pretty, how can I say, it's going around in the Francophone conversation.
They sent you to get shot out, Reggie. They ain't even come themselves.
Well, I'm not just, how can I say, I'm even, but this is not my work. So I'm not trying to get shut up, but I do want to ask a couple questions.
Go ahead. Can I, when you say peer review, is that like, did he submit that to a certain body?
I'll find out more information. I had asked the good brother, and he's probably watching it now.
See if you can get the information already, because see, you leaving us, we fighting you one-handed. You got the question, we trying to get you could, oh no. Wow.
You could tell.
I know what I'm doing is I did give you the work. So the question is, have anybody read that work? Because then that would be the latest piece that you want to talk about. Is that fair?
That's fair, but that work was not specifically a linguistic work. That work was based on Afrocentricity and Eurocentricity. It wasn't specific. It wasn't specified that work had to deal with the linguistics, let alone.
So you read it?
Not that I've read it, but I've translated the title.
Okay.
and I gave you the title. So yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, you don't have to worry about getting set up for anything.
Listen, I'm not trying to get. Listen, I know who I'm dealing with, right? I seen y'all guys put it in, and I'm not trying to get.
Look, you're good. Look, Reggie,
I'm not trying to
you're
get
good
it.
with
I'm
us.
slowly. What I'm saying is, I'm slowly saying what the conversation is, and they are kind of bowing their heads about the approach. So I'm going to put in le sens de la lutte contre, and and see if there's a PDF on it.
Sure.
Yeah, I am going.
And you can just tell Nev if he had any questions, he can reach us directly.
Yeah, cold as fuck, man.
Yeah, that's ice cold.
Come on, man.
I'm calling you ice, baby. I'm calling you
That's
ice.
ice cold, but I haven't talked to Ned and Neb.
But you know what? A part
I'm
of
being honest.
scholarship,
Can I be honest?
a part of scholarship and academics is courage, right?
Right.
A part of that is courage. So it's to stand up against your arguments, stand up against criticisms, and those types of things, you know.
Right. So let me see. Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to check. So I'm pulling up the book, and I'm just going to we're just going to look through the book real quick to see if there's some type of correspondences or something like that. If this is the book. I don't know. I clicked on it, and I don't see. Oh, it's waiting for it. It's waiting for the app, and I only have more than only about 6 days or so left of previewing this. So I don't know. It's 130 pages, and it's still saying. Is it still saying it's waiting for it, or it's just not giving it to me? Okay. So now, but I have some questions. Okay. So if you don't know, I'm working on the origin of writing of the world. And I should change it to the Western world, but it's the origin of writing. And so I'm not taking a linguistic approach, but I am taking an approach that deals with morphology and the rebus principle in writing. So what I'm doing is I'm using the Gunther-Dwyer method, and I'm extending the Gunther-Dwyer method to Nakata and Nubian 8. So that was my presentation that I did on Beyond West Africa in front of Dr. Nasiri and Dr. Issa, Dr. Faraji, and Dr. Soikita, and a number of others. And it was, so I don't know why this thing is,
Get back on track, but I got the I got the Africanism, I got the French, the meaning of the fight against Eurocentrist Africanism.
You have it?
I'm looking at the it's through Kindle now, and I got it translated, the excerpt what it's about. And it says between the vision or I'm gonna type it up real quick. I'm gonna let the lady read it. Can you tell me if you can hear it?
Between the vision or orientation of African scholars and the ideologies of European analysts about Africa, its history, civilizations, languages, and political future, the gap is widening. What must be perceived through these academic quarrels is the irresistible rise of African historical and cultural consciousness all over the world, in view of the African Renaissance, while Africanism retreats, inevitably renewing its cunning, but unable to make a healthy self-criticism and reformulate its post-colonial discourse.
That's the excerpt from what the book is dealing with. So it's not like a linguistic.
Okay, so
linguistic work.
Okay, so my work basically is in the time period of 4000 BC during the Nakata and Nubian Age period, where I detect writing in the Nakata decorated pottery and the Nubian the famous piece that Bruce Williams analyzed on the incense burner, right? And I detect Rebus principles, and I detect the femininity and agreement. And so the language issue is one thing, but the writing is another. When with the Afro-Asiatic, because I haven't looked at any work, so I'm really ignorant on it.
Yeah, I want to stay on Negro Egyptian. I want to kind of get where you was. Let's get some of this contention out.
Right. Well, see, my work. What my work is, to me, the terminology of Negro Egyptian is just a convention that they are using. But what we see in ancient Egypt, as far as when writing occurs, the issue is that it comes from Nubia, and it comes from Nakata civilizations, and it's found on a decorated pottery. And so then I use Gunter Dwyer's method, and as he did the Abydos labels, I compare that because this is the how can I say, Nakata goes in Nakata 2 goes into Nakata 3, which is pre-dynastic, and it's right in the particular area. So I don't have to search hard for because Norma was not Egyptian. Norma came from those 2 other cultures that were communicating, Nakata and Nubian A, and they're in the same proximity, and they're communicating, and so Norma is of that culture. And so the motifs that are on the decorated vases in the Nakata 2 period, I detect writing. And so I have to be cautious with you guys, because you guys are very, very critical. But I'm not doing language, but I am doing logograms and phonograms and Rebus principles. And so I can't say I can't say I can understand that convention of calling it Negro Egyptian, but my problem with that is simply that the writing comes from other cultures that you can classify. Now the language, the language is a completely different. So I don't have to do what you call comparative linguistics. And I'm sorry, this is not coming up. It said it was here.
But listen, though, because when I'm looking at it, though, I'm seeing the print length is 130 pages, and if it's peer review, we can even concede that if it is. But can we fairly say that the peer review, because the book doesn't specifically deal with a linguistic argument, there, as far as the Negro Egyptian, there may just be commentary on it, but within 130 pages, I'm sure he didn't tackle the.
Well, I'm not so sure until actually we see what he in fact did in this work. So
130 pages.
Yeah, I'm not really sure, but I'm taking the word of a friend of mine who's French speaking, and he knows he communicates with a lot of these people, right?
Oh, Shaka. Hey, when do you have the how long? Because when did Theophilo Banker first challenge the consensus with that what is Negro Egyptian?
I don't know if they began talking about it during or after the UNESCO conference. I think
Because we say it's rejected, it wasn't accepted. Right.
Well, yeah, I just used the word that whoever said it, which was probably Sheffrin, said it. And so yes, it wasn't accepted, and so he said it was rejected. But I never saw where it was. Well, we know that there's controversy on it.
Well, I mean, Shaka can come out the clouds, and
who's Shaka?
Shaka, my forever.
Reggie knows Shaka is. I swear.
Yeah, you know he's Shaka.
Which Shaka are you talking about?
Who's Shaka? You know what Shaka we talking about. Ain't nobody talking about.
I ain't talking about Shaka from New York. I'm talking about that French speaking Shaka.
Yeah. You're Shaka on these boards. Yeah.
Wake that brother up in France.
Yeah, he did. Nah, he up. Just get him out the clouds.
Yeah. But so until we actually look at this book, and you might be very you actually might be right about what you're saying. Now, but my questions to y'all is, okay, so now let's talk about the writing, right? Because the writing would okay, so the certainly the writing between the Asiatics and the African is different. Would you agree or disagree?
Which African? Huh? I guess we talking about.
Well, the groups that the Egyptian writing and the cuneiform writing. Is it? And I'm just trying to get some information, and I don't want to get shot up. I always will come back, but I don't want to get shot up. So when so with linguistics, you do sound correspondences, phylums, and all that stuff. With writing, it's a little bit, it's different. So the writing system of ancient Egyptian and cuneiform is different. And I hope I'm not wasting your time.
No, it's just sort of a different topic, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's a different topic. Okay, so I think I have something on. Let me see.
I got the PDF. I downloaded it.
Okay, good. Can you put it on the screen? I just want
to.
Hey, Josh, can you send that to me?
Yeah, I got you. Hold on. Give me 3 minutes.
Okay,
but I think this is this is good because we talk about the whole multidiscipline approach, right? And we don't want to throw out any of the disciplines, right? We want to make sure we pull those in because I think those are important, Reggie.
Yeah, I enjoy this shit. I think so, but these brothers, these are my brothers here, right? But they are ferocious.
Oh yeah.
So
don't make a misstep, right?
Yeah, I'm not getting thrown in the pseudo. I'm not getting thrown in the pseudo world. And I'm being very careful because already I'm at odds with a Saw and Erie, whatever his name is.
Reggie, we stay in odds, bro. So that's just normal business. Like we don't even, we had odds with a lot of folks.
We're all at odds.
Yeah, and thank you all for your work, because sometimes here's the thing about it: if you don't have clean hands, you really can't do the work. Meaning, if you're a plagiarist, that's going to harm even good work, right? And if you miscite or overuse someone's work or speak for them, that doesn't work. They don't have they don't seem to have too many clean hands in the way that they function. So that rules them out. And plagiarism is a very, very dangerous thing when it comes to academic journals and putting your position out, right? You get this, even if you are bright, but you get dismissed. And so when people are writing 600-page books, how do you write several 400 to 600-page books in your lifetime, right? Dr. John Henry Clark and those people, they don't have that level. So we're looking at the greatest mind that ever walked that walked on the planet, right? Pushing out books that are like 400, 500 pages, right? And then have forthcoming work. And wow, that's actually a major feat. That's a major feat. Do you agree?
Sure.
And so I think that's what Team Osiris, that's what y'all did. Y'all put his book through the system, and you see that a lot of his work is borrowed. Is that pretty?
Who you referring to?
I'm talking about Saw's work.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yes, definitely plagiarized.
So that's who I was talking about in general, about them having positions and their hands are not clean at all. And so it's a blurry line as to whose work is it? Is it Mbolo's work, or is it Asaw's work, or is it Mboli's work, right? Whose work is it?
It was a mosaic of different authors that,
Like, who's actually doing the work? Huh?
I mean, it does take work to copy and paste.
I'm not hearing you.
Oh, I said, I mean, it does take a little work to copy and paste. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, my brother, right? So yes, it takes a little work to copy and paste, and so you have this huge. But now getting back to my work, right? So my work is another discipline is writing. So the other groups of people have said that they look at African these vases and the decorated pottery vases, and they say that it's they put it in the field of symbology, or what? They put it in that field, right? Semiotics, right? And symbol studies. But I look at it and I am on the fringe saying that it's in fact actually writing. So what I'm trying to tease from you is now what the Africans have done, and maybe you can agree or disagree. What they have done is they have looked at the transliterations of the Nile Valley, ancient Egypt, and they have done some work with Coptic to get some type of sound correspondences. And then they have taken that and they have taken it and applied it to their own language. And I've heard the stuff that Joshua said, that you're saying that these Africans like Diop, and you're hard on them, Diop, Obenga, and the rest of the Africans are merely looking at their language and pulling out some type of sound correspondences because they have these languages. And I'm saying that I'm saying, but let me watch so I don't get shot. I'm saying that they know their languages, and then because they know their languages and they see possible vocabulary and basically similar words, they see these words in their languages, and that is how they get to their comparisons, right? And so they're not being dishonest. They're just simply looking at the languages that they know best, because they speak it and they are professors, and they are saying that these sounds or these transliterations you can find, and vocabulary you can find it in their languages. So is that is that problematic to you?
Does it match up with the disciplinary approach?
Yes. I want to see what your rubric is on this. because that's what they are doing, because they know their own languages well, and they detect these words based on similar vocabulary, and then they do matching based on Egyptian. My problem with that is that Egyptian is not the parent people. So there are parent peoples of the ancient Egyptian, but it has not been attested that it is that it's been writing yet. And so I think that they might have missed that. But what are your thoughts about? I'm asking you to help me out. That's what I'm asking you to kind of help me out with my thinking. So it's all right to say anything that you anything that y'all want to say about my thoughts about how they are approaching it based on, like, one of you said, I think it was Joshua, you could say what you already said about why they are using these languages. Why did Diop use his native language? What did you say?
It's called a ethnogenetic reason behind it. It's for nationality purposes. This is my native tongue. This is my nation. And ancient Egyptian is one of the writing scripts that's exploited, along with Sumerian, which is also exploited, and even the Basque language, which is the language isolate. Those three are always exploited because it's a lot of gaps in the knowledge of the language script. I think Minoan script. I think Minoan A. I think that's one of them, which is also exploited. But yeah, like
You said exploited.
Yeah, they exploit the language because of the gaps. Like Diop, for instance.
Don't worry, you could beat me up. Listen, I'm your brother.
Oh yeah.
I'm not trying to be an expert. I'm actually trying to pick your brain.
Okay.
As I'm trying to finish up my work.
Okay.
And I'll show a little bit of my work to you in a second.
Right.
But because I'm looking at it in a different, I'm not looking at it in the way of sound correspondences, but well, I'm connecting ancient Egypt to their most immediate parents. That's what I am attempting to do.
Okay.
And I just don't want, I mean, look, I'm under a lot of pressure because I've poked at Ujawo and Asar. I already seen what they tried to do with my journal article, and I think what I did is I wrote an article. I tried to get it submitted. I got it submitted. I got it accepted. I had paid an editor, missed some things, and then it went into the journal, and there's some things that were missed, and they seized on some spelling errors, which I was actually trying to get some of those corrected, and so it was very, very, very unfair because they're coming already with their place name meaning for Kemet, and they are they're attacking my work based on that they want to be the one eye in the city of the blind, and simply attacking my work and not looking at the substance of my work. And my work basically said that the meaning of Kemet is related to the animal cults that the Africans was closely related to, and that it's syncretism, meaning that that it's internal syncretism of the people of the Nile Valley ancient Egyptians, and that I see the movement of this particular word Kemet over a period of time. And so in the Unis papyrus, Kemet is mentioned. It is mentioned in a phrase that Unis says that he is the Sit Kem Sa. He is the Sai Kem Sa Sit Kemet. So he is the black ram born of the black sheep. And so it's authoritative because it's a king, and then there's associated passages that find themselves in the other pyramid texts of Pepi and Teti and Pepi. And so that is the first time that we see Kemet, but not as a place name, but as association of a king to his husbandry, the black ram and the black sheep. So I do have my piece up. So let me just share it. So it's I'm looking at it a different way. I wouldn't call the writing Negro Egyptian. I wouldn't call it that. I would call it writing in Nakata and Nubian A. So it's coming up right now. So do you have so either am I being, can you understand what I'm saying, or am I babbling, or what do you do you understand my my methodology? Let me just see if it's this one. It doesn't even look like it's this one. I think no, it's not this one. So I'm approaching the subject. I am approaching the subject from the writing point of view, not from the language point of view. So this is not the one. So I'm sorry. So any thoughts? Any quick comments? Anything?
You would have to send me the paper. Based on what you're saying right now, you're saying that the precursor to the writing script that became known as the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs was started by the ancestors to the Egyptians, or okay.
And so I'm just trying to pull up. I am just trying to pull it up. I apologize. So
can I ask you a question? You said they scrutinized your article for spelling errors or grammatical errors.
Yes, and that was, so I misspelled graphene, right? I mistyped it, and then I did a search and replace, and I guess I mistyped it twice, and instead of saying graphene, I said graphene, and so they pointed that out. They also pointed out just my writing style, that sometimes that I use uppercase and lowercase to put some emphasis on it. That's just I'm not trained as a writer. I did.
Neither are they.
Huh?
Neither are they trained as a writer.
Yeah, but they missed the point. They're so bent on saying that Kemet is a place name, and so what my critique was that that Jawo fabricated. He put together a whole bunch of notes from the TLA, right? And so he strung it along like as if it was cited somewhere. And then when it came to Kim Ware, he left out where the TLA says, it says the Great Black. He left that out in his work. Why? Because he didn't want to associate Kim with black, right?
Yeah.
And so he did that. So I don't know if you've seen the work that I've done when I critiqued when I critiqued them. I think I did it on Sinetti's channel.
Yeah, I saw that.
Right. And so but the problem with all of them is that they don't read ancient Egyptian text. They don't have enough text. They don't have fucking library cards, right? So to get the text, you have to be associated with either a museum library or a university library, right? So they have a limited amount of text. They use largely searching the TLA, but even when they are searching the TLA is limited. So then you need text, and then you need the associated text, the co-text. And so they make Kemet just a place name. And when you see something like Kim Ware, they associate it automatically with a Threbus. That's in fact what they do. They associate it with a Threbus, and that is, how can I say that? That is actually a later period. We don't see that the term, I forgot what the term, we don't see much text associated with that until a later period. And the other thing is, we know that Kemet becomes a place name during the time of during the time of Keti, where he first talks about it as a place name inside the instructions of Keti to Merikari. And so we know at that particular point it becomes a place name. And then, and so their failed methodology is that they only ascribe it to mean one thing. That's their failed methodology. It actually only means one thing. It's a place name and nothing else. And they leave out the possible syncretism and stuff like that.
We don't walked away from Negro Egyptian.
Say what?
So we don't walked away from Negro Egyptian. Or did you Joshie download the book?
Yeah, I'm waiting for that to come up on the screen.
Yeah, I showed it earlier.
You read part of it. Did you show the rest of it?
Well, yeah, we got it. We downloaded it.
Oh, okay. So wait, hold up. Did you scan through it to see if there's any sound correspondences? What he does? Yeah, if you can go through it.
From what I saw, he was just discussing previous matters, and it looks as if he's responding to some of the critiques. I didn't necessarily see any comparative work besides him.
Yeah, just go through it and see. And I apologize. I'm working on a federal case, and when I'm doing a search for my PDF, I've got this federal case that's got like 1,400 pages of different documents, and that's coming up, and so I'm having a terrible time tonight. But I really wanted to pick your brain about my particular approach, and so yeah. But yeah, so can you just finish scrolling through that just to see how many pages is it, to see if he does any correspondences in?
It's the same amount. It's still 130 pages.
130. Turn to page 36, bro. I want to look at something real quick.
Right here?
Yeah, 36.
With Salil?
Yeah. Hold on. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong screen. My bad. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. So I had I looked at that section, and basically what he's saying is he's saying that the Semitic and the Egyptian are not related, and he went over a couple of terms like sun. What was the other one? Sun, was it heart? Let's say it was sun.
Yeah, this is sign.
Star. Number 2 is star.
Okay.
Number 3 is earth.
Yeah, Terra.
Land.
Number 4.
Number 4 is God.
Yeah. Name.
5 is name. Yeah. So 6 is house.
African.
So it doesn't appear that he did any comparative work. Like he just responded to criticism and further expounded on how Semitic and Egyptian are not closely related. And I see he's referencing Cheikh Anta Diop, Herodotus. So I mean, we would have to examine this, but I don't see any comparative work.
Okay. So that's so I would have to talk to my a friend. So this is his response to whether or not what their responses were. So this is his response to it. And so in this conversation,
but him writing a response though does not mean that his linguistic argument was rejected though.
Or peer review, because I believe you shared this because the person that sent you this said that his work was peer reviewed, dealing with his linguistics. I'm assuming, and this was written in 2001, but I don't see any comparative work. And I would like to know who peer reviewed it. You know what I'm saying? But
okay. So I will act. So let me see if I can email him and ask him. I'm going to ask him.
Yeah, I got Shaka's email. Like
that I don't. Say what?
I got his email. Listen, I reached out to Shaka.
I've never spoken personally to Shaka, so I would be honest.
In life, ready?
If it was,
I do have a stream together on Smash Show now.
But on the boards, but not through text or anything like that.
So who sent you the article?
So who sent this to you?
Yeah.
I don't want to be blamed. I don't want to be blamed. I'm already like 0-2 right now, and I don't want to be disrespecting people that don't need to be disrespected. So
like CIA or something. Like what the guy?
No, I just listen to me. You guys are harsh. So it's two things. It's like either when they I'm just asking you, did you know about this particular book, right? And or his response. So I'm just asking, right? You're my brothers. I don't.
Reggie, we good with you, man. We respect you greatly. But the person who's referring this to you, we just wanted to know.
Yeah, because I had asked him, I had asked him if he would want to come on, and he said not at this time, but he didn't say no, he just said not at this time.
Okay.
And so he's just letting me know that some of your critiques or there's more to the story that might help or change some of the things that you say. You see, I'm being very diplomatic.
Yeah.
Yeah. We get it, Reggie. I just wish that the person
he's just saying that y'all are harsh. He's saying that y'all are very, very harsh. And there are a list of scholars that have done some writing on Negro Egyptian, which some of them that I named, and so that just goes to the correspondence.
Yeah, I have actually looked up material from some of those that you spoke, and I can't find anything on them writing about Negro Egyptian per se. But again, the person who is referencing this list and this source to you would be helpful to know who they are so that we can reach them and actually have them showcase that such person actually referenced Negro Egyptian in their work.
Right.
Right.
So
Yeah, Sar mentions Bilolo. What is his background?
Mubabin, I can't get his name, but yeah, Bilolo. I know he does Africana studies. What else?
I can't even spell his name, even search that one.
Mubabin.
and
I don't want to butcher it, but yeah, so I think it's like Mubabin.
often, huh? Okay. So let me so in the meantime, so let me just show you some of the work that I'm working on. And so thank y'all for your time, and thank for your having a little respect for me, right?
Oh yeah,
it's all love, right?
Today I'm
it's all love, huh?
Today I'm a student more than anything, because I want to get my work out, but I see where the critiques will come from, and yeah. All right, so I'll just show you. Let me just share my screen.
Okay. Let me stop sharing my screen.
Is the work you're doing ready going to reestablish a different timeline for the origin of writing?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so the work I'm doing is that I looked at Nubian A material, and I looked at Nakata decorated pottery, and so I reanalyzed the incense burner of you've all seen an incense burner, right?
Yes.
Or the Kustal incense burner.
Yeah.
And so what I've done is I reanalyzed this, and for most people this is just pictorial, but what I did was I looked at this right here, and I detect that this is actually saying men, right? In a pre-dynastic form that will later change. This symbol right here will later change to these two forms in dynastic Egypt as they kind of canonize it. But you have this kind of like harpoon, and then you have the fish. And so this would make the IN sound, in, and this would be men. And the question is, we know that this is men because he has a large phallus here, and he has this animal counterpart here, which is based on why men would be men, because of the antelope and how the antelope copulates. And so, and there's another writing symbol here, which is this right here, this harpoon, and this is the netter symbol. So I detect that that this is men pictographically. This is netter as an actual word, and this is men with the rebus principle. So that's one of the analysis that I actually have. The other analysis that I have is when I looked at the Nermer palette, which is later in this period, because I'm applying Gunther Dwyer's method of looking at dynastic Egypt and applying it. He applied it to Nakata 3 period. I moved it to Nakata 2 period. And so what I detect here is really interesting, that when you see these two birds of prey on this, it's very interesting that this in fact is possibly the feminine T to make this a male and female hawk. Now I could be wrong, but I'm going to show you in another example that makes me think. So I have said that the feminine T first appeared not as a piece of bread, but in fact a leaf. And I'll show you. Yeah, I think it's. Let's see if I have a better example. Okay, so here's another example of where this particular. If I can, let's see if I can make this larger. Great. So here in this Nikata vase, if I look at it as a picture, first of all, I'm looking at all of these as vignettes, like the Book of the Dead. What do you call it? Vignettes. And so these are
vignettes.
Yeah, vignettes. And so if you look at it from a picture point of view, you don't see anything. But if you look at it as possible writing, I could detect that this is the way that this artist did was he kind of like overnapped. So I could see this as two ends, nini, and I could see a plural, wit, nini wit. And nini wit is interesting because that particular word exists in the ancient Egyptian dictionary, and it basically talks about the inert people. And so I'm saying that this is possibly because these inert people, these people who are kind of like dead or wandering in another world, exist on this funerary piece, and this is possibly early writing. Here, this symbol right here is interesting because this is the Nakata version of the netter, and this is with this. If I did this in writing, this is a plural, so this would be we, and then here is that feminine T, so this would be netter wheat. So these would be the female netters, right? Another example that I have is, and you don't have to be nice to me. You don't have to be nice to me at all. Let's see. This was not. Yeah. And so here, in this particular piece right here, in this Nikata vase, what my argument in my paper is that if we look at it as just a drawing, we don't get anything. But this is actually the bot symbol. This is the bot symbol. And so there's three bot symbols. And I am making the argument that this is the first hieratic script. This piece right here is the first hieratic script where they stop actually drawing the figures, but they actually draw grapheme. So let me see if I can it increase? I don't think it increases anymore. I was trying to look at the exact paper that I presented, but I haven't found that yet. So here is the bot symbol. And so here is another version of bot, right? Now, if you're looking at this now this is the precursor to writing. Now, even if you look at the period of dynastic, the Nerma period, and you look at Djur, Djet, and you look at Nerma, and you look at some of the work there, though it's in the Medu Neter, right, or hieroglyphics, hard to read. Many of the pieces are actually hard to read in that early period, right? It doesn't seem to get better until the second dynasty. But here, sorry. Yeah. So here, in this particular piece right here that I want to show, and I apologize again for not finding the piece that I want to really talk about, is that if you look at this as a pictorial, but we know that all of these things exist in dynastic Egypt. We know that we have a kind of a solar bark, right? And I'm making an argument that this is in fact writing. So this piece right here with the two strands, this would be the early version of netter. And this is the duck. And this would be, it could, or you could say it's a hawk, but I've seen them in the kata draw hawks better. So this could possibly be the netter sa or sa netter. Here you have the king, the king with the fly whisk. So these things, this is interesting because this is bot. This is bot, and in this time period, what they're doing is they're using a type of mapping where they make important objects bigger than other objects. And so Bot is this goddess, and you have on one side the king, and then you have the version of herself, like her daughter, and she is holding the king's hand, and she's basically embracing the daughter. Now, but we see motives here that we find in later Egyptian, that this plant right here could be very well the early version of Nosut, and he is holding the Awat staff, and this is Bat, and this is the Hemet, the daughter, and we know later we will see how the carriage of the woman is basically similarly shaped. And so I'm basically saying that this is in fact writing. Let's see if I have some better examples in this particular form of the paper. I don't know where
you know, the one question
yes,
that I would ask is like, how do you falsify it?
Well, critique is this is what we do in the work that we do.
Yeah, but like, what would it take for it? You know what I mean? Like what would you see and say, you know what, based on this and this, then that's incorrect, and I would have to throw that out.
Right. So the critique would be, well, let's start with what they already say. They say that it's not writing, it's basically it's basically symbols, the science of symbols, semiotics, right? So they're basically, what their argument is, and has always been, that this is semiotics. And I'm saying, well, the ancient Egyptians' concepts in writing are pictorial. And so it's not a big stretch to move from early writing, because dynastic Egyptian writing doesn't pop out of anywhere. Here's another example.
But don't they already kind of argue that? Because they basically saying that you see some of the precursors that would eventually become the hieroglyphs or meta, which
yes, they do that.
They see kind of it developing, and then it will be later.
Yes, and Gunter Dwyer, but Gunter Dwyer only did it with the Abydos labels. So I'm extending it to the period of Nakata 2C and Nubian A. So I'm looking at the pottery of Nakata 2C. So I'm extending it past the labels of Abydos, which is Abydos is right. The Abydos labels is you know, the Scorpion, King Scorpion, and others. But this is 300 to 400 years, 500 years earlier. Here's another example. So here, beginning in beginning in with pottery itself, when there was fired pottery, which actually comes out of Mali, they began to mark the pottery. And what I have detected is that what they're actually putting on the pottery is symbols of water. So the wavy line and dotted pottery is actually, and this is in the even earlier period, they're marking the pottery to say that they're putting water and moisture motifs. And so what I am, and so this wavy line becomes earlier inside the pottery of the wavy line and dotted wavy line pottery, and they preserve it as writing. And so here in this particular case, so you have water, mu, right? And you have sky. So you have basically water from in the pots of the sky, right? Collected in the pots of the sky in dynastic Egypt. However, I'm saying that that this began in this particular period. And then I'm also showing, I'm also making an argument, if you've read anything from Nyangabora, where he looks at scripts and pot marks from later writing, that that you will see these same symbols in other groups of people, like the Nisabiti and the Akan, using these particular motifs. So let me see if I can find another one. So how do you falsify it? Okay, and this one right here, this is in the Tassili Najir. And so here we have the dancing women doing the kind of like a cattle or a
and Reggie, you're going back to the Sahel. That's Reggie.
Yeah. And so, but you see here, you see the smiting pose, which we will see in ancient Egyptian, later in dynastic. So we see this motive, and then we see the we see the bot pose, which is the where you get the this symbol of horns that we would see in bot. And so I'm just trying to see if I have some better examples. Okay, so here's what Nyangabora, he took it from the UNESCO papers, and what he did was he compared ancient Egyptian symbols with other writings of his, the Nisabiti, the Toma, and the Mende people, and not saying that they mean the same thing, but in some cases they mean similar things. So I have looked at pot marks. I've looked at pot marks are even earlier, but I've looked at the Nakata and the Nubian A, and I gave you my example of possibly first hieratic, first rebus principle. Let's see if I'm sorry, I'm not doing a very good job of, doing a very good job. So this is from the Kustal incense burner. And so Bruce Williams and others have already said that these, we can tell in Nubian A that this is the whore on the Shrek. We can see that this is the white crown. There's no big argument with that. And all I did was add the fact that this is possibly the rebus principle. And then comparing it with other, well, I don't want to go into that because that would be a little bit more confusing. And I'll see. Okay, so yeah.
Hey man,
your
yeah, it's
thoughts?
getting late.
Oh,
yes, it's getting late for me. I gotta collect our guys. I checked on my woman. Now that's gonna be. I'm probably in a little bit of trouble, but
okay. I mean, before you leave, your quick thoughts. I mean, I don't want to be I'm just asking for your thoughts and your your quick thoughts. You can say, well, my paper is different than this presentation. So one of the things is, Reggie, you're reaching, right? And yeah. So I'm being honest, right? So one of the things is, Brother Reggie, you are reaching, right? But I am applying a method, which is the Gunther Dwyer method, to which he's already done in the Abydos label. So your quick thoughts. I know it's getting well, I would say late, but I've seen you guys burn.
What you got, Mel?
Yeah. I was just gonna say real quick. Just make sure you don't share your work too much on the internet. Somebody might swipe it. We got a couple of swipers in the community. You know what I'm saying? It might end up in a new book, volume 3, volume 4. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, that we've had some complaints on the Beyond West Africa complaint. We see people talking about stuff that happened in that conference that very few people actually went to, and we actually find that people have been using it, and we're like, well, how'd you know that? Like, you could only take it from Dr. Nassiri, because this is Dr. Nassiri's work. So you're absolutely right. So I presented in front of ASCAC.
Let's get to the critique, right? Because it's getting late. We gotta get a couple comments in. So
yeah,
okay.
I'll say real quick.
We're going for about.
Yeah, I'll say real quickly. I can see how they say. I can see why they would say maybe you're reaching, but again, I think you just need to present it more thoroughly, and it's going to take some time. Definitely not just maybe 30 minutes or so. It's going to take a couple hours to really just break down exactly what it is you're trying to match up. You're attacking it from a different perspective. So it's an interesting hypothesis, but I would need to look further into it. I don't want you to rush it, rush through it. I actually want to take your time and actually explain everything. So another look at it, perhaps at another time, will probably be fitting before I can make a conclusion.
Are you just being polite, or you saying?
No, I'm not being polite. That's just who I am.
Okay.
Another time.
Okay. Any more thoughts? Thank you so much.
Cool. You guys have a good night.
All right, good night. Should everybody done did ready, just me and you. Like I said, that ain't my expertise. I was just asking the question. Like I said, I would like to know. My only question would be, what are some of the methods of falsification? What would be the delineation from it being called, symbolic between, you know what I mean? The delineation between symbolic and writing, like what is the line that crosses one over from simply being symbolic, and then we can get into writing. We can say that this is the principle of writing. You know what I mean? From my layman eyes, but
right,
you're way more expertise. Knowledgeable about it than I am.
So all the work has actually been semiotics. Basically, this is a symbol. These are basically symbols that will appear, but because they're stray symbols. So what I have done is I have connected the symbols. I've looked at the vignettes, and I actually connected them to actually make words. So I have examples of actual words, and so they're just not stray symbols. So the first thing would be, well, they're just stray symbols. But Gunther Dwyer, he looked at labels. And he was successful in saying that they were. You could see that this is actually writing. And so I'm just pushing what Gunther Dwyer did, his methodology, to another period. So the issue is, do I have any morphology? Well, I have found the feminine T, and then I have examples where there are agreement, like if it's females involved, like you saw Nini Wet and Netta Wheat, that they're talking about females, and the logos or the phonographs, they end with a T, and they're talking about women, right? And so I have enough examples in my work to show that these are not stray. So the difference is that what my the issue would be is, first of all, writing couldn't be at this time period because it happened at the sweet spot of 3200 BC, which you have writing, you have so-called cuneiform, and you have the Metanetra. Okay, Gunther Dwyer proved that writing in ancient Egypt was earlier in that particular period of pre-dynastic. That's what he would call ancient Egypt. I took it out of ancient Egypt and I went to two other cultures that are precursors to ancient Egypt. So now, then I would have to build. Which I have built in my work, is that I have several examples to make the point. Now, so now this is the writing. This is not language, but it does help it has nothing to do with Asiatic whatsoever, right? Because the sweet spot is 3200 BC. But I know it's late, and I just wanted to get from one of the harshest groups of people some initial thoughts, right? But I presented well with ASCAC in front of Dr. Mario Beatty, and it was pretty much accepted. And I presented at the Beyond West Africa in front of Dr. Nasiri and Dr. Soikita and Dr. Faraji and some other people on that panel that understand language. And so I'm just moving on to try to finish up the paper and try to cure some grammatical mistakes and do housekeeping with footnotes and things like that. So I'm looking at what's happening in Africa from a different lens. So I thank y'all. I thank you for your time.
Yeah, for sure. No, we been rocking for a while too. We started early. This is actually our second stream.
Yeah. I was with the other, but I just didn't say anything because y'all were doing a good job in handling those people. But I don't want to produce something where I'm in the same category. So I'm walking on eggshells with you guys.
For sure.
All right. So if you have any thoughts, and maybe I'm getting closer to producing a paper, and you're right, I'm trying to not show too much. But anyway, with the little bit I showed, I thank you for your time.
For sure, man. Appreciate you following through, man.
All right. Continue the good work, and thanks for your support.
All right, for sure. Good night, bro, Reggie.
Yes.
Man, I want to thank everybody else in the chat for coming out. Sister Kaba, PCU Queen. We got Jeremiah Judah being a regular right now. We appreciate the you showing up, bro. You feel we're gonna get these debates cracking too. That now Pseudo Killer versus Lions. Then we got to set that up, man. Nomadic PCU brother was stopping through, man. I think Dasharell was he done dipped out. Yeah, man. And Shaka pop up later on. My forever. Malcolm Jefferson, what's wrong? You type it, Shaka. Shaka popped up, man. Hey, Shaka, look, we want the smoke, like a friendly smoke. We just want to pick your brain, man. You know what I mean? We gotta. That's crazy.
Yeah, well, you know what he did? He might have you know what he might have did? He might have waited till one of y'all left so he can how can I say, so he can bang out. He doesn't have 2 or 3 people against him, right?
Yeah, try to get Sosa. Right? Beat up on me with that linguistic stuff, man.
All right. Well, thanks for your doing a preview on my work, and I appreciate the feedback. And as I get closer, I will probably come on again just to see if I can get through you guys, and because you guys are tough.
For sure. Like we supposed to be.
Yeah, like you're supposed to be. So thank you and good night to the
All right,
family.
for sure. Good night, family. Until next time, man.